Hello everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. I still smell pine and damp earth when I think about it. 16 years old, muscles tight from puberty and filled with that know-it-all energy that makes adults roll their eyes. That was me, Damon Thibodeau, visiting Vancouver with my mom and cousin Anton back in 2007. The redwood forest towered above us. Not like our Louisiana pines, these monsters blocked out the sky. The tour guide, a bearded guy named Jeff, droned on about tree ages and ecological systems to our group of 20 tourists. Mom listened intently, nodding at every fact, but Anton kept elbowing me, his eyes darting toward the unmarked trails snaking away from the main path. "This is boring as hell," Anton whispered, while Jeff pointed at some moss. Anton was 17, lanky like me, but with darker hair, features sharper than mine. Back home, we'd spend whole days trekking through the bayou, sometimes not returning until the mosquitoes drove us inside after sunset. "I know," I muttered back. "Tour's supposed to last another hour." Jeff led the group around a bend. Anton nudged me again and nodded toward a narrow dirt path cutting away from the main trail. No signs. No markers, the kind of trail animals make. "Let's check it out," he said. "We can catch up later." I glanced at my mom, who stood 20 feet ahead, completely absorbed in Jeff's lecture about tree rings. The rest of the group clustered around him with their cameras and water bottles. 5 minutes, I said to Anton. "Then we head back." We hung back as the group continued forward, then slipped onto the side trail. The moment we crossed that invisible boundary, the temperature dropped 5 degrees. The canopy grew thicker, sunlight filtering through in scattered patches rather than columns. Pine needles crunched under our sneakers. "This is more like it," Anton said, ducking under a low-hanging branch. "No tourist crap." The path twisted deeper into the woods, narrowing until we walked single file. I went first, pushing aside ferns and stepping over fallen branches. My watch showed we'd been walking for 7 minutes already. "We should head back," I called over my shoulder. "Hold up," Anton said. "Look at that." I stopped and followed his gaze. About 30 yards ahead, a massive redwood lay on its side, fallen but still magnificent. Even horizontal, it towered above us. "Holy shit," I breathed. "That thing's huge." "Let's check it out," Anton said, already moving forward. The fallen giant stretched at least 250 feet, its trunk wider than my bedroom back home. The base, where it had ripped from the earth, created a wall of tangled roots 30 feet high. We approached from the side, running our hands along the rough bark. "How old do you think it is?" Anton asked. 1,000 years, maybe. Jeff said some are 3,000. We walked along the trunk toward the massive root system. The wood felt warm under my palm despite the cool air. The bark's texture changed under my fingers, rough, smooth, rough again, like Braille telling a story I couldn't read. "I'm gonna climb on top," Anton said. "Careful," I replied, continuing toward the root end of the tree. The roots formed a chaotic maze, some thicker than my body, twisting up and outward like giant fingers. I had to navigate around them, ducking under one particularly large root and pushing through a patch of ferns that had grown up around the base. When I emerged on the other side, I stopped breathing. 10 feet away, with its back to me, was what I first thought was a bear. It crouched low to the ground, its shoulders hunched. Shaggy, reddish-brown hair covered its body, not the black or brown I'd expect from a bear in these woods. It was digging in the soil methodically, like it was searching for something. My heart hammered against my ribs. I took one step backward, my foot landing on a twig. Snap! Behind me, Anton called out, "Damon, where'd you go?" The creature reacted instantly. Not like a startled bear rising on hind legs to look around. This was different. It extended its arms out from its sides like a person pushing up from the ground. Then it stood, upright, on two legs. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. The creature stood at least 7 feet tall. Its legs were proportioned like a human's, not a bear's. It had shoulders, arms that hung down past its knees, and a distinct neck supporting a head that looked too small for its frame. It turned toward me. I saw its face for only a second, flat with a pronounced brow ridge and a wide nose. Not a bear, not a human, something else entirely. My body unfroze. I scrambled backward, colliding with Anton, who had just come around the roots. "Run!" I gasped, grabbing his arm. "What? Run!" I shoved him back toward the path we'd come from. He caught my panic and we sprinted, branches whipping our faces. Behind us came sounds, not just our own ragged breathing and pounding footsteps, but something else. Heavy movement, cracking branches, a low, huffing sound that wasn't quite animal, wasn't quite human. It was following us. "What is it?" Anton gasped as we ran. "Don't look back!" I yelled, the words tearing from my throat. We crashed through underbrush, following our original trail by instinct more than sight. My lungs burned, my legs pumped on pure adrenaline. I sensed rather than saw the thing behind us, closing in, then falling back like it was keeping pace. After what felt like miles but was probably only a quarter mile, we spotted the main trail ahead. Relief surged through me as we burst from the forest path onto the maintained walkway. About 50 yards ahead, our tour group stood listening to Jeff. We slowed to a jog, then a stumbling walk, both gasping for air. My shirt clung to my back with sweat. Anton's face was scratched from branches, a thin line of blood on his cheek. Mum spotted us and frowned, breaking away from the group. "Where have you two been?" she hissed, anger mixing with concern. "I turned around and you were gone." I couldn't speak. My throat felt paralyzed. I glanced back at the forest path we'd emerged from, half expecting to see the creature step out into the open. Nothing moved there. The path looked ordinary, innocent. We... Anton stammered. Jeff approached, his forest ranger hat shading suspicious eyes. "Everything all right here? You boys look like you've seen a ghost." The group gathered around us, curious faces peering at our disheveled appearance and panicked breathing. "We saw something," I finally managed, my voice cracking. "In the woods." "A bear?" someone asked. I opened my mouth to say what we'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. In that moment, surrounded by strangers with cameras and fanny packs, the rational part of my brain kicked in. I knew what would happen if I said Sasquatch or Bigfoot, the smirks, the eye rolls, the "sure you did, kid" comments. "I don't know what it was," I said instead. "Something big. We got scared and ran." Mom put her arm around my shoulders. "You shouldn't have wandered off. Those warnings about staying on marked trails aren't just suggestions." Jeff gave us a stern lecture about park safety, about respecting wildlife habitat, about potential dangers. I nodded mechanically, only half listening, my eyes repeatedly drawn back to the forest edge. The tour continued. Anton and I stayed close to the middle of the group. We didn't speak about what happened, not then. But every few minutes, our eyes would meet, and I'd see my own shock mirrored there. That night in the hotel room, while Mom showered, Anton finally broke our silence. "What did we see?" he whispered, sitting on the edge of his bed. I sat across from him, hands clasped between my knees to stop them from shaking. "I don't know." "Was it a bear?" I shook my head. "Bears don't stand like that, don't move like that." "A person? Maybe someone in a costume?" "Who'd wear a costume like that miles from any trail? And it was so big, Anton, 7 feet at least." We fell silent again as the shower turned off. Mom came out a few minutes later, toweling her hair. "You boys feeling better now? You had me worried sick when you disappeared." "We're fine, Aunt Cheryl," Anton said. "Just got a little lost." She looked between us, probably sensing there was more to the story, but didn't press. Well, tomorrow we're going to the aquarium. No forests, no getting lost. Deal? Deal, we both mumbled. Later, with the lights off and Mom's soft snores filling the room, Anton whispered from his bed, "Do you think it was a Bigfoot?" The word hung in the dark between us. I'd been avoiding it, even in my thoughts. "Bigfoot's supposed to be black or dark brown," I whispered back. "This thing was reddish. Maybe it was a juvenile, or a different species." "I don't know," I said again, the phrase becoming my shield. "Let's just try to sleep." But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure standing upright, turning toward me. I heard the huffing sounds of pursuit through the forest. We didn't talk about it again during the trip. We went to the aquarium, to Stanley Park, rode bikes along the seawall, normal tourist stuff. But something had shifted between Anton and me, a shared secret, a shared uncertainty. On the flight back to Louisiana, Anton fell asleep against the window. Mom read her novel. I stared at the clouds and replayed the encounter for the 100th time. Each time, I tried to reshape the memory into something explainable. A bear on its hind legs, an unusually large man in the woods, even a moose, though I knew moose didn't stand or move like what we saw. Back home in Bayou Chene, life resumed its normal rhythm. School started again. Anton and I still hung out, still went fishing and exploring in our local woods, but we stayed closer to known paths. Sometimes standing in the Louisiana forest with its familiar sounds and smells. The Vancouver incident felt like a shared hallucination. I researched online when no one was looking. Bigfoot sightings, Vancouver. Sasquatch red fur. Unidentified creatures, Canadian forests. Most results were blurry photos, obvious hoaxes, or second-hand stories told with too much enthusiasm to be credible. Months passed, then years. Anton went to LSU. I stayed local at community college. We grew apart, the way cousins often do. When we did get together at family gatherings, we never mentioned Vancouver. It was 5 years later when I saw the documentary. I was 21, sitting alone in my apartment scrolling through streaming options. Sasquatch, North American Legends appeared in my recommendations. I almost scrolled past it, but something made me hit play. 30 minutes in, a wildlife biologist from British Columbia appeared on screen. "There are actually reports of Sasquatch with varying coloration," she said. "While the majority of sightings describe dark brown or black fur, approximately 18% of documented encounters mention reddish or rusty-colored fur, particularly in the Pacific Northwest region." My beer bottle slipped from my fingers, spilling across the coffee table. I didn't move to clean it up. The biologist continued. "These reddish-hued sightings are often dismissed, even within the cryptozoology community, because they don't match the popularized image. But indigenous oral histories from multiple tribes describe red ones that lived alongside the more common dark-furred individuals. The screen showed a map of sighting clusters. The Vancouver area had multiple pins. I fumbled for my phone and called Anton for the first time in months. "You watching this?" I asked when he answered. "Watching what?" "The Sasquatch documentary, Channel 402. "No, Damon, I'm at a bar. What's going on?" "They're talking about red ones. Red-colored Sasquatch? In Vancouver?" Silence stretched across the line. Then Anton spoke, his voice lower. "I gotta go somewhere quieter." I heard background noise fade, a door closing. "You still there?" he asked. "Yeah. We never really talked about it," he said. "No. I tried to convince myself it was a bear." "Me too. But it wasn't." "No," I agreed. "It wasn't." We both stayed quiet for a moment, the weight of confirmation settling between us. "You know what's crazy?" Anton finally said. "I've never told anyone. Not my girlfriend, not my roommates in college. No one." "Same here," I admitted. Why not? I thought about it. Didn't want to be the crazy Sasquatch guy, I guess. Didn't want people looking at me differently. Yeah, Anton sighed. Me neither. I watched the documentary continue silently on my screen, experts discussing track patterns and habitat ranges. But we did see it, I said firmly. It happened. I know, Anton replied. I remember everything, the smell, the sound it made following us, the way it stood up. Like a person, I added. But not. Not a person, Anton agreed. But something. We talked for another hour that night, finally unpacking the memory we'd both carried separately for 5 years. We didn't reach any grand conclusions. We didn't plan to contact researchers or go public with our story. Some experiences just exist, unexplainable but real. I still hike. I still love forests. But I keep to marked trails now, and I'm always aware of what might be watching from beyond the tree line. Not out of fear exactly, but respect. That day in Vancouver changed how I understand the world, not as fully mapped and categorized, but as still holding secrets in its wild places. Sometimes when I'm alone in wooded areas, I find myself listening for that distinct huffing sound. I catch myself scanning the undergrowth for movement, for a flash of reddish fur. I haven't seen anything like it since. Part of me hopes I never will, but another part of me knows it's out there. Story 2. The summer heat pressed down on me as I pedaled my bike down the dusty driveway of my aunt and uncle's house. It was August 1980, and I'd been shipped off from our cramped apartment in San Jose to stay with my Aunt Bobby and Uncle Bill in Woodenville for 2 weeks. At 12 years old, I was still young enough to be impressed by their massive log cabin-style house, but old enough to feel the sting when my cousin Jimmy called me a city wimp that morning. "You're just jealous 'cause I got the high score on asteroids," I muttered, pushing off with extra force. The tires of the borrowed Schwinn crunched over pine needles as I hit the narrow trail that led into the woods behind their property. I hadn't planned to go far. I just needed to get away from Jimmy for a while. We'd been getting along fine until this morning, when he accused me of cheating at the Atari and shoved me. Aunt Bobby had taken his side too, which made it worse. The forest around Woodenville wasn't like anything we had back home. Massive trees stretched up toward the sky, blocking out the sun in places and creating patches of cool darkness even in the middle of the day. The smell was different too, earthy and damp, with something sharp underneath that I couldn't name. As I pedaled deeper along the trail, the sounds of the house faded away, replaced by the creak of branches and the occasional bird call. I'd been riding for maybe 10 minutes when I saw another kid on a bike ahead of me. The trail widened enough for 2 bikes, and I expected the kid to say something as we passed each other, but he just kept his head down and pedaled past. I turned to watch him go, thinking it was weird he didn't even look at me. When I noticed the trail started to slope upward, that's when I smelled it. The stench hit me like a physical force, so strong and sudden that I nearly fell off my bike. It was rot and musk and something else, something I couldn't identify, but that made my stomach heave. My dad worked at a meat processing plant back home, and he sometimes came back smelling of blood and raw flesh, but this was different, worse. It smelled ancient and alive at the same time. I slowed the bike, my hands tightening on the handlebars. Something deep in my brain, some old animal part, was screaming at me to turn around, to get away from whatever was making that smell. But another part, the stupid, curious part, wanted to know what it was. Then I heard the sounds. Low grunts echoed through the trees, followed by a series of deeper growls that made the hair on my arms stand up. Between these animal noises came something else, a rhythmic clacking, like someone smashing rocks together. Clack, 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 clack. I stopped the bike completely, my heart hammering in my chest. The sounds were coming from just over the hill in front of me. I stood frozen, listening as the growls continued, punctuated by that steady clacking. I should have turned around, should have pedaled back to the house as fast as I could. Instead, I carefully laid the bike down in the pine needles at the side of the trail and dropped to my hands and knees. The ground was damp and cool against my palms as I began to crawl up the hill. The smell got stronger as I neared the top, so bad I had to breathe through my mouth to keep from gagging. The sounds were clearer too, definitely growls, definitely rocks clacking together, and now I could hear something that sounded like wood being scraped or rubbed together. I reached the crest of the hill and slowly, so slowly, raised my head to peer over. What I saw will stay burned into my memory forever. In a small clearing about 30 yards away crouched the biggest creature I'd ever seen. It was hunched over, massive knees drawn up toward its chest, and it was covered, completely covered, in thick, matted hair. The hair was a dirty brown color, turning gray in patches, especially around what I guessed was its head. The thing was huge. Even crouched down, I could tell it would tower over my Uncle Bill, who was 6'4". Its shoulders were broad, tapering to a narrower waist, giving it a vaguely human shape that somehow made it more terrifying, not less. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't any animal I recognized from books or TV. And it wasn't a man in a costume. No costume could capture the way its muscles shifted under that thick pelt of hair, or the steam that rose from its body in the cool forest air. What it was doing made even less sense than what it was. Its massive hands, yes, hands, not paws, were manipulating objects on the ground in front of it. From my position, I could see it was holding a long stick, using it to poke at something I couldn't quite make out. Then it set the stick down and picked up 2 large rocks, smashing them together to create the clacking sound I'd heard. Clack, 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 clack. I realized with a jolt of pure terror that I was watching a Sasquatch, a Bigfoot, and it was using tools. The creature set down the rocks and picked up 2 sticks, rubbing them together rapidly. It made a grunting sound of what might have been frustration, then tossed the sticks aside and picked up another, larger branch. This one, it stabbed forcefully at the ground, making those deep, growling sounds. I noticed now that its hair wasn't just matted. Parts of it were caked with mud, and what looked like leaves were stuck to the top of its head, almost like some kind of primitive camouflage. My whole body trembled as I watched, too scared to move, too scared to even blink. I absolutely knew, that if it saw me, I was dead. No one would ever find my body out here. They'd think I got lost in the woods, ran away, or got picked up by some stranger on the road. Then I remembered what Tommy Wilkins had told me 3 days after I arrived. Tommy was the 14-year-old who lived half a mile down the road from Aunt Bobby's place. When he heard I was going into the woods to collect rocks with Jimmy, he'd gotten a serious look on his face. "You watch out for the man in there," he'd said, nodding toward the forest. "What man?" I'd asked. "The one that ain't a man," Tommy had replied, then laughed when he saw my confusion. "Just stay on the paths and come back before dark. Woods ain't safe otherwise." I'd written it off as a local kid trying to scare the city boy. Now I understood exactly what Tommy had meant. The creature suddenly made a different sound, a long, wavering call that started low and rose in pitch before dropping again. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard, but it reminded me of recordings my science teacher had played once of whales singing to each other in the ocean. The sound echoed through the trees, and I found myself wondering if it was calling to others of its kind. Were there more of them out there? I must have made some small sound then, a whimper or a gasp, because the creature's massive head swiveled slightly in my direction. It didn't look directly at me, but I had the sick, certain feeling that it knew I was there, that it had known all along. Still looking in my general direction, it picked up the rocks again and began that rhythmic clacking. Clack, 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 clack. A chill ran down my spine as I realized it might be trying to communicate with me. Tears welled in my eyes, and I bit my lip hard to keep from crying out. My bladder felt painfully full, and I was terrified I would wet myself. I needed to get away. Now. With excruciating slowness, I began to back down the hill, still on my hands and knees. The pine needles and twigs dug into my palms, but I barely felt them. All my attention was focused on moving quietly, on not alerting the creature that I was retreating. It took forever to reach my bike. By the time my hand touched the familiar rubber grip of the handlebar, my arms were shaking so badly I wasn't sure I could ride. I slowly, silently raised the bike upright, keeping my eyes fixed on the top of the hill. Then I swung my leg over the seat and pushed off, forcing my rubbery legs to pedal. I didn't look back until I'd gone about 50 yards down the trail, and when I did, my heart nearly stopped. The hill was empty. There was no sign of the creature. I pedaled faster, the world blurring around me as I pumped my legs with desperate strength. The trail seemed longer on the way back, twisting and turning through the trees. Every shadow looked like a crouching figure. Every rustle of leaves sounded like something big moving through the underbrush. I kept looking over my shoulder, certain I would see the hairy giant loping after me. The few times I did stop pedaling, straining to listen, I thought I could hear heavy footsteps paralleling the trail, moving through the denser forest just out of sight. By the time I burst out of the trees and into the cleared area behind Aunt Bobby's house, my legs burned and my lungs felt like they were on fire. I skidded to a halt in the gravel driveway, letting the bike fall as I stumbled toward the back door. Aunt Bobby was in the kitchen when I slammed through the door. She turned from the sink, her hands dripping soapy water. "Lucas, what in heaven's name?" She stopped, her expression changing from surprise to concern. "Honey, you're white as a sheet. Are you feeling okay?" I tried to speak, but my tongue felt swollen in my mouth. What could I tell her? That I'd seen a monster in her woods? That it had been playing with sticks and rocks like some prehistoric man? She'd think I was making it up, or worse, that I was crazy. I'm fine," I managed to say. "Just rode too fast." She frowned and came over to press her cool, damp hand to my forehead. "You're clammy, and you're shaking all over. I hope you're not coming down with something. Your mom would never forgive me if I sent you home sick." "Just tired," I insisted, pulling away from her touch. "I'm gonna go lie down for a bit." I fled to the guest room, shutting the door behind me. The room suddenly seemed too exposed with its big window overlooking the backyard and the forest beyond. I drew the curtains, then sat on the edge of the bed, my hands still trembling. What had I seen? A part of me tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear with mange, or some local hunter in a ghillie suit. But I knew better. The way it moved, the intelligence in its actions, the deliberate way it used those tools. That was no bear, and no human could fake that size or that smell. I'd seen a Sasquatch, a real living Bigfoot, and it had known I was watching it. That night at dinner, I picked at my food while Uncle Bill talked about his day at the lumber mill, and Jimmy bragged about catching a garter snake by the creek. I kept my eyes on my plate, afraid they'd see the truth if I looked up. When Aunt Bobby mentioned I'd come in looking peaky earlier, Uncle Bill suggested it might be the heat. "City boys aren't used to running around in the woods all day," he said with a good-natured laugh. "Probably just wore yourself out, eh, Lucas?" I nodded, forcing a smile. "Yeah, guess so." After dinner, Jimmy asked if I wanted to play Atari, his earlier annoyance with me apparently forgotten. I agreed, desperate for the distraction of electronic beeps and flashing screens. Anything to keep from thinking about what lurked in the woods. But as we sat cross-legged in front of the TV, controllers in hand, I couldn't stop myself from glancing at the window every few minutes, expecting to see a massive hair-covered face pressed against the glass. "What's your problem?" Jimmy finally asked after I missed an easy shot in asteroids. "You keep looking at the window. You scared of the dark or something?" "No," I said too quickly. Then, trying to sound casual, I added, "Hey, you ever heard of anyone seeing weird things in your woods, like, I don't know, some kind of animal?" Jimmy shrugged, his attention already back on the game. Tommy Wilkins is always making up stories about the woods being haunted or whatever. Mom says he watches too many horror movies. He shot me a sideways glance. Why? You see something? I hesitated, then shook my head. Nah, just wondering. Later, lying in bed, I listened to the sounds of the house settling and the occasional distant hoot of an owl. Sleep felt impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the creature hunched over its sticks and stones. I heard that eerie, wail-like call echoing through the trees. What had it been doing? Was it trying to make fire with those sticks? Had it been hunting something with that larger branch? And those rocks, the rhythmic clacking? What did it mean? The questions circled endlessly in my mind. But beneath them lay a deeper terror. Would it come looking for me? Did it know where I lived? The local kids clearly knew something was in those woods. Tommy's warning about the man that ain't a man proved that. But either the adults didn't believe them, or they chose to ignore the signs. I turned to face the window, staring at the curtains I'd drawn tight. Only 3 more days until my parents came to take me home. 3 more days to avoid the woods, to pretend I hadn't seen what I'd seen. I swore to myself then that I would never tell anyone about the creature. Who would believe me anyway? And what if telling somehow made it worse? What if it drew attention to me, marked me somehow? No, this was a secret I would carry alone. I would go home to San Jose, to concrete and streetlights and neighborhoods, where the darkest places were lit by porch lamps and passing cars. I would forget about the thing in the woods with its rocks and sticks and that horrible, unforgettable smell. But even as I made these promises to myself, I knew some part of me would always be back on that hill, frozen in terror, watching the creature that wasn't supposed to exist, performing actions that weren't supposed to be possible. And some part of me would always be listening for that rhythm in the darkness, clack, 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 wondering what message it was trying to send. Story 3. My hands shook as I poured coffee into my tin cup. Steam rose into the cold morning air as I stared at the ground, still trying to make sense of what had happened last night. The massive footprint pressed into the soft earth couldn't be denied. It was at least 15 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions, human-like but impossibly large. "Philip, you still with us?" Tom Barker's voice snapped me back to reality. Tom was the senior geologist on our surveying expedition, a man who'd spent 20 years studying rock formations across Australia. Now he looked pale, his usual confidence replaced by unease. "Yeah, just..." I couldn't finish the sentence. What could I say that I was still seeing those eyes whenever I closed mine? I counted 6 different prints. This from Hank Webber, our junior geologist. Unlike Tom and me, Hank had slept little during the night, instead pacing the perimeter of our camp with his revolver drawn. They circled the entire campsite. It was watching us. We were 3 weeks into a government-commissioned survey of this remote section of New South Wales forest. The year was 1912, and Australia was still mapping its wilderness. As lead surveyor, I'd charted countless remote areas, but nothing had prepared me for what stepped out of the darkness last night. "We need to document this," I said, setting down my coffee. "Tom, get the camera. Hank, help me make plaster casts of these prints before the morning dew ruins them." Tom hesitated. "You really want evidence of this? People will think we've gone mad." "I know what I saw," I replied. What we all saw. The evening before had started like any other on our expedition. We'd made good progress, mapping the eastern ridge of the valley, and I'd spent the afternoon taking elevation readings while Tom and Hank collected rock samples. We returned to camp, tired but satisfied. "Pass the beans, Philip," Tom had said as we sat around the fire. The flames cast dancing shadows against the dense forest surrounding us. Nights in the Australian bush were never completely silent. Crickets chirped, nocturnal birds called, and occasionally we'd hear the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. I handed Tom the pot of beans. We should reach the river by tomorrow afternoon if the maps are accurate. Hank nodded, his mouth full of salted beef. He was mid-swallow when he froze, his eyes fixing on a point behind me. The hair on my neck stood up before I even turned around. Something had changed in the forest's ambient noise. The cricket sounds had stopped abruptly. I heard Tom's fork clatter against his tin plate. I turned slowly, feeling a presence behind me, and found myself staring at a pair of legs. Massive, powerful legs covered in dark hair, standing just at the edge of our firelight. My eyes travelled upward, taking in the impossible sight before me. 7 feet tall at minimum, the creature stood perfectly upright on 2 legs. Its body was covered in coarse, dark hair, but not like a bear's fur, more sparse, revealing skin beneath in places. The proportions were all wrong for any known animal. Its arms hung at its sides, ending in hands, not paws, but actual hands with opposable thumbs. But it was the face that turned my blood cold. Neither fully human nor fully ape, it possessed a broad, flat nose, a heavy brow ridge, and deep-set eyes that reflected the firelight with an amber glow. Those eyes held intelligence, calculation, as they studied us. "Jesus Christ," Hank whispered, scrambling backward. The creature's head turned sharply at the sound, focusing on Hank with unnerving intensity. I remained frozen, afraid that any movement might provoke it. From the corner of my eye, I saw Hank reaching for the revolver he kept in his belt. "Don't," I whispered urgently, raising my hand slightly. "Don't shoot." Whether the creature understood my words or just my gesture, I couldn't tell. But it held its position, massive chest rising and falling with deep breaths. I caught its scent then, a strong, musky odor, unlike anything I'd encountered before. For what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, we stared at each other. I had the unsettling feeling it was assessing us, determining if we were a threat. Its eyes moved deliberately from me to Tom to Hank, then back to me. Then, with a casualness that was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the encounter, it simply turned and walked away. Not running in fear, not charging in aggression, just calmly walking back into the darkness of the forest. The underbrush rustled as it passed, and then silence returned. None of us moved for a long time. "What the hell was that?" Tom finally whispered. "It can't be real," Hank said, his hand still on his revolver. There's nothing like that in Australia." But we all knew what we'd seen, and as I sat there, heart hammering in my chest, a disturbing thought occurred to me. How long had it been watching us before deciding to show itself? The morning after, we worked in near silence, making casts of the footprints with plaster from our surveying kit. The impressions were deep. Whatever had visited us was heavy, probably over 300 pounds. The stride length between prints measured nearly 4 feet. "Look at this," Tom called, kneeling at the perimeter of our camp. "Broken branches, about 8 feet up. It came through here." I joined him, examining where something large had pushed through the forest canopy. Small twigs were snapped clean, larger branches bent at unnatural angles. "And here," Hank added from several yards away. "Looks like it sat here." He pointed to a depression in the grass and soil, shaped roughly like a massive buttocks and thighs. Next to it lay a half-eaten eucalyptus branch, the leaves stripped off. It was watching us eat dinner while it had its own meal. My skin crawled at the thought. "Pack everything up. We're moving camp as soon as these casts dry." "Should we turn back?" Hank asked. His face was drawn, eyes constantly scanning the tree line. "Report this to someone?" I considered it. We were at least 4 days' hike from the nearest settlement. No, we complete the survey, that's our job, but we stay vigilant, keep watches at night. Tom nodded, though he looked unconvinced. "What do you think it was, Philip? Some kind of undiscovered ape?" "There are no apes in Australia," I replied automatically, reciting what any schoolchild knew. "No primates at all except humans." Well, that thing was no human, Hank said. I couldn't argue with that. What we'd seen walked like a man, but had the build and features of something else entirely. The indigenous peoples of Australia had legends of yowie, hairy, man-like creatures that roamed the wilderness, but I'd always dismissed them as campfire tales. Now, I wasn't so sure. We broke camp by mid-morning and continued our survey work, though none of us strayed far from the others. The forest seemed different now, threatening where before it had merely been challenging. Every shadow held potential danger, every unexpected sound made us freeze. By late afternoon, we reached the river we'd been seeking. Under normal circumstances, we would have made camp there, but the wide-open shore felt too exposed. Let's find somewhere more defensible, I suggested, with our backs to something solid. We followed the river downstream until we found a small clearing backed by a rock face about 12 feet high. It wasn't a cave, but it meant nothing could approach from behind. We made camp in silence, gathering extra firewood to keep the flames high through the night. I'll take first watch, Hank volunteered, checking his revolver for the 4th time that hour. Wake me in 3 hours, Tom said. Philip can take the pre-dawn shift. I nodded, unrolling my bedding. Though exhausted, I doubted I would sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that creature's face, that unsettling blend of human and animal features, those intelligent eyes studying us. Despite my anxiety, the day's exertion took its toll, and I fell into a fitful sleep. Dreams came immediately, not of the creature, but of being watched. I stood in a clearing, survey equipment in hand, knowing something was observing me from the trees but unable to spot it. "Philip, wake up!" I jolted awake to find Hank shaking my shoulder, his face tight with fear. "What is it?" I whispered, instantly alert. "Listen." I held my breath. At first, I heard nothing beyond the normal forest sounds. Then it came, a deep, throaty vocalization from somewhere in the darkness. Not quite a howl, not quite speech, but something in between. It rose and fell in pitch, almost like someone trying to form words without knowing how. Tom was already up, feeding branches into the fire to make it brighter. "There's more than one," he whispered. He was right. A second call answered the first, this one from a different direction, then a third, more distant than the others. "They're communicating," I said, the realization sending ice through my veins. "Coordinating." Hank raised his revolver, pointing it toward the darkness beyond our firelight. "They're surrounding us. Save your bullets," I warned. "We don't know how many there are, or if they're even hostile." "That thing last night could have torn us apart if it wanted to," Tom added. "It didn't." The calls continued for nearly an hour, sometimes moving closer, sometimes farther away. We kept the fire blazing, standing back to back in the center of our camp. Occasionally, we heard heavy footsteps in the underbrush or the snap of branches, but nothing entered our circle of light. Just before dawn, the vocalizations stopped. The forest returned to its normal sounds as the eastern sky began to lighten. "You think they're gone?" Hank asked, lowering his revolver for the first time in hours. "Or just waiting," Tom replied grimly. As daylight strengthened, we cautiously expanded our perimeter, searching for signs. We found them immediately, more footprints, identical to those at our previous camp, circling our position. At several points, the prints stopped at the edge of where our firelight would have reached, as if the creatures had stood there watching us. "Christ," Hank muttered, running a hand through his hair. "There's at least 3 different sizes here. A whole family of them." I examined a smaller set of prints, roughly the size of a large man's foot, rather than the massive impressions from the night before. "They're curious about us," I said. "That's why they keep watching." "Curious isn't comforting," Tom replied. "A curious bear is still dangerous." "These aren't bears," I said. "They're something else, something that thinks." We debated abandoning the survey and heading back to civilization, but ultimately decided to continue our work. We were professionals after all, and the government expected our report. Besides, the creatures hadn't shown any aggression yet. We adjusted our approach, staying closer together and making more noise as we worked, talking loudly, occasionally calling out to warn anything nearby of our presence. It felt ridiculous at first, but also prudent. For 2 days, we continued like this, completing our measurements and samples. We found occasional signs that the creatures were still in the area. Broken branches high up, areas where the undergrowth had been cleared for sitting, even half-eaten plant matter that didn't match the feeding patterns of known animals. On the 3rd night after our initial encounter, it happened again. We'd made camp early, choosing another defensible position against a large fallen tree. Our fire was built high, and we'd strung empty tin cans on twine around the perimeter as a makeshift alarm system. I was on watch, Tom and Hank sleeping nearby, when the cans rattled on the western edge of our camp. I stood slowly, revolver in hand, and peered into the darkness. A massive figure stood there, the same one from before, I was certain. This time, it made no attempt to hide or to approach. It simply stood at the edge of the firelight, watching. "Tom," I called softly. "Hank, we have a visitor." They woke quickly, reaching for their weapons before freezing at the sight of the creature. "What does it want?" Hank whispered. Before I could answer, the creature made a sound, a deep rumbling from its chest that formed into something almost like speech. 3 distinct vocalizations, repeated twice. Then it raised one massive hand, palm facing us, in what could only be interpreted as a gesture of peace. "It's trying to communicate," I said, amazed. Slowly I raised my own hand, mimicking its gesture. The creature repeated its vocalization, then stepped backward into the shadows, and was gone. We stayed awake the rest of the night, but it didn't return. In the morning, we found something had been left at the edge of our camp. A bundle of wild berries placed on a large leaf, not scattered as if dropped accidentally, but deliberately arranged. "It brought us food," Tom said, disbelief in his voice. "Or a peace offering," I suggested. Hank shook his head. "This is insane. We've discovered some unknown species of intelligent bipedal creatures in the Australian wilderness, and they're bringing us gifts. We need to document everything," I said, retrieving my journal. "Every detail, every interaction. This could be the most important discovery in Australian natural history." Over the next week, as we completed our survey and began our journey back to civilization, we had 3 more encounters with the creatures. Each was similar. They kept their distance but made efforts to communicate through gestures and vocalizations. Once, the smallest of them, perhaps a juvenile standing about 5 feet tall, approached close enough to examine our survey equipment before retreating to the larger adults. We never felt threatened, though their physical power was obvious. They could have easily overpowered us if they'd wanted to. Instead, they showed curiosity and what I can only describe as a primitive form of diplomacy. On our final night in the forest, I left a gift of my own, my spare compass placed on a flat rock at the edge of our camp. In the morning, it was gone, replaced by an intricately woven mat of plant fibers. We returned to Sydney with our survey data, the plaster casts of footprints, and our detailed journals documenting the encounters. I expected skepticism from the authorities, perhaps even ridicule, but was unprepared for the outright dismissal we received. "Bushman's fever," the government official said, pushing the casts aside without proper examination, "or an elaborate prank. Either way, gentlemen, I suggest you keep these fantasies to yourselves if you want to maintain your professional reputations." Tom and Hank eventually agreed, worried about their careers. The casts and documentation disappeared from the government offices shortly afterward, deliberately misfiled or destroyed, I've always suspected. I alone have maintained the truth of what we saw. Now, years later, as I write this account. I still wonder about those intelligent creatures in the forests of New South Wales. Are they still there, watching from the shadows as humans encroach further into their territory? Do they remember our brief, peaceful interaction? And most troubling of all, how many other impossible things exist in this world, their reality denied simply because they don't fit neatly into our understanding of what should be? Story 4. I could feel eyes on me before I saw it. The Outback sun beat down, hot as ever, that October afternoon in 1924, but a chill ran through me all the same. Something was watching. My name's David Squires, and back then I made my living hunting kangaroos in the scrubland outside Dubbo. Not glamorous work, but it put food on the table and kept a roof over my head. That day started like any other. Left my cabin before dawn, tracked a decent-sized red through the bush for most of the morning, and finally got a clean shot around midday. I dragged the carcass to a small clearing where I could work properly. The flies were already starting to gather as I pulled out my skinning knife and got to it. The familiar motions, slit the belly, pull back the hide, careful around the joints, usually put me in a kind of trance. Not that day. At first I thought it might be another hunter watching me work. The scrub was thick around these parts, and while I didn't welcome company, it wouldn't be the first time someone tracked the same rue as me. I ignored it and kept working, my knife slicing through the membrane connecting skin to muscle. The feeling didn't go away. It grew stronger, prickling the back of my neck, making the hairs on my arms stand up despite the heat. Something was wrong. The bush had gone quiet. No birds calling, no insects buzzing, just silence and that feeling of being watched. I wiped sweat from my forehead with my forearm, leaving a streak of blood across my skin. My hands grew unsteady. I slowed my work, listening hard. Nothing, not even the wind, moved the leaves. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I turned my head slowly, looking over my left shoulder toward a large eucalyptus about 20 yards away. It was there, standing perfectly still against the trunk. My knife slipped from my fingers, landing with a soft thud in the dirt. My mouth went bone dry. The thing was enormous. It stood upright like a man, but taller than any man I'd ever seen. 8 feet at least, maybe more. Its entire body was covered in thick, coarse hair, a dirty grey colour with curls like a sheep's wool, but wilder. The face, God help me, the face was almost human, but wrong somehow. Flatter, wider across the jaw, with a sloped forehead that reminded me of pictures I'd seen of gorillas in magazines. But we don't have gorillas in Australia. What struck me most were its eyes. Large, alert, and a distinct grey-blue colour that looked entirely out of place in that bestial face. Those eyes studied me with clear intelligence, not the mindless stare of a wild animal, but something calculating, assessing. I couldn't move. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. For what felt like an eternity, we just stared at each other across that small clearing. It made no move toward me, and I surely couldn't move toward it. The creature breathed steadily, its massive chest rising and falling beneath the matted hair. I could see muscles rippling under that coat, powerful, dense muscles that could tear me apart without effort. After what might have been minutes or hours, my basic survival instincts kicked in. I had to do something. Running seemed impossible. The thing would catch me in seconds if it wanted to. Fighting was even more absurd. It would break me like a twig. So I did the only thing I could think of. I turned back to my work. My hands shook violently as I picked up the knife again. The blade rattled against the rue's hide as I tried to continue skinning. Sweat poured down my face, stinging my eyes. I blinked it away, not daring to lift my arm to wipe my brow. The whole time I felt those eyes on me, watching, studying, learning. I kept working, forcing my hands through the motions they knew by heart. Cut, pull, separate. My breathing came in quick, shallow gasps. The sound of my pounding heart filled my ears. Minutes passed, 5, maybe 10. I didn't look up. Couldn't look up. I focused entirely on the dead animal in front of me, though my work was sloppy, my cuts uneven. Eventually I gathered enough courage to glance up again. The creature still stood there exactly as before, but something had changed in its posture. It seemed satisfied somehow, as if it had seen what it came to see. Then, without any warning, it simply turned and walked away. Not quickly, not in fear or aggression, but with the casual confidence of a man leaving a pub after having his fill. It moved with surprising grace for something so large, parting the dense scrub without a sound and disappearing into the trees. I stayed frozen, knife in hand, for a full minute after it vanished. Then my legs gave out. I collapsed onto my backside in the dirt, gasping for air like I'd run for miles. My whole body trembled uncontrollably. I don't know how long I sat there. The sun had moved noticeably in the sky when I finally pulled myself together enough to stand. My legs felt weak, rubbery beneath me. Something pulled me toward the tree where it had stood. I approached cautiously, half expecting the thing to leap out at me from the bush. When I reached the eucalyptus, I examined the ground first. The dirt was hard and dry, no tracks, no footprints, nothing to prove what I'd seen was real. Then I looked up. High on the trunk, far higher than I could reach, were deep scratches in the bark. Fresh scratches. I stepped back to get a better look. They were at least 13 feet up, well beyond the reach of any animal I knew in these parts. 4 parallel grooves, like something with massive claws, had gripped the tree. My stomach lurched. I staggered back, nearly falling. This was real. What I'd seen was real. I abandoned everything, the half-skinned roo, my good hunting knife, even my canteen. I grabbed only my rifle and ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out, not stopping until I reached my truck, parked on the dirt road a mile away. The drive back to my cabin passed in a blur. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see that massive figure loping after me through the dust. When I finally reached home, I locked every door and window, loaded my shotgun, and sat with my back against the wall until morning came. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those intelligent blue-gray eyes staring back at me, watching, studying. The next day, I told myself I'd go back for my knife and the rest of my gear. Good knives weren't cheap, and I couldn't afford to lose it. But when morning came, I couldn't make myself return to that clearing. Not that day, not the next, not ever. Word got around town that something had spooked David Squires, something fierce. I heard the whispers when I went into Dubbo for supplies. Old man Wilkins from the general store asked me straight out what had happened. Nothing, I told him. Just not feeling well is all. But he knew. They all knew something had changed in me. The steady-handed hunter who never flinched at anything was now jumping at shadows and looking over his shoulder constantly. A week passed. Then 2. I stayed close to my cabin, hunting only in the cleared fields near the road, where I could see in all directions. My money dwindled. I needed to get back to proper hunting if I wanted to eat. On a Sunday morning, I finally worked up the nerve to visit Bill Harrison, the oldest hunter in these parts. Bill had lived in the bush around Dubbo for nearly 60 years. If anyone would know something about what I'd seen, it would be him. I found him whittling on his front porch, same as he did every Sunday. His gnarled hands moved with surprising precision as he carved what looked like a bird from a chunk of wood. "Morning, Squires," he said without looking up. "Ain't seen you around lately." I settled onto the steps below him, my hat in my hands. "Been keeping to myself." "So I heard." His knife continued its steady work. "Also heard something out in the bush gave you a fright." There was no use denying it. "Saw something, Bill. Something I can't explain." His hands stilled. He set the carving down carefully on the porch beside him. "What kind of something?" I described it as best I could. The height, the hair, those unsettling human-like eyes. As I spoke, Bill's weathered face grew increasingly grave. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment. "You ain't the first," he finally said, his voice low. My father saw one back in '82. The Aboriginals have stories going back thousands of years. What is it? I asked. Bill shrugged. They got different names for it. Some call it yowie. Others have different words. Big, hairy man of the woods is what it comes down to. It was watching me, Bill. Just watching. He nodded slowly. That's what they do mostly, watch and learn. Curious about us, I reckon. Curious. The word seemed absurd. It was 13 feet tall and could have torn me to pieces. Could have, Bill agreed, but didn't, never do far as I know. Just watch. I left Bill's place with more questions than answers. According to him, these creatures had been spotted throughout the bush for generations. They kept to themselves, avoided human contact when possible, but occasionally showed themselves to lone travelers or hunters. Count yourself lucky, Bill had said as I was leaving. Most folks never see one their whole lives. The ones that do ain't ever the same after. He was right about that last part. I was never the same. I tried going back to my normal hunting grounds, made it as far as the edge of the clearing where it happened, but couldn't force myself to go further. Every shadow in the bush looked like a massive figure. Every rustle of leaves sounded like heavy footsteps. A month later, I sold my cabin and moved into town. Took a job at the sawmill. Lower pay, harder work, but no more hunting alone in the bush. No more feeling of eyes watching from the trees. That was nearly 3 years ago now. I still have nightmares about those eyes. Still wake up certain something tall and hairy is standing in the corner of my bedroom watching me sleep. The fear has dulled somewhat, but never truly gone away. Sometimes, especially after a few drinks, I tell people what I saw. Most laugh it off. Some humor me with feigned interest. A few, usually the older folk or those with Aboriginal blood, nod knowingly and change the subject. Last week, a new man started at the sawmill, John Tucker, from up near Bathurst. During lunch, someone mentioned I used to be a hunter, and John asked why I gave it up. Squires saw a yowie, one of the other workers said with a smirk. Great hairy beast in the bush that scared him straight into town. I expected the usual laughter. Instead, John went pale. His sandwich dropped from his fingers onto the table. You saw one? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded. 13 feet up, he asked. The marks on the tree? The lunchroom went quiet. I stared at him, my mouth suddenly dry. How did you know that? John pushed up the sleeve of his shirt. Along his forearm ran 4 parallel scars, old and faded but unmistakable, claw marks. Bathurst Ranges, 1918, he said quietly. It watched me for hours while I set rabbit traps. When I finally looked up again, it was gone. But it left me this reminder when I got too close to where it had been standing. The other workers weren't laughing anymore. One by one, they found reasons to finish their lunch quickly and return to work. Soon, it was just John and me. Did it hurt you? I asked, nodding toward his scarred arm. He shook his head. I did this to myself, stumbled and fell against the same tree where it had left its mark. Was running so fast I didn't see the exposed root. We talked for the rest of our break. John had spent years researching what he'd seen, collecting stories from others, trying to make sense of his experience. He had a theory. They're studying us, he said, learning our habits, our tools, how we survive. They've been doing it for generations. Why? I asked. John shrugged. Why do we study animals? To understand them, maybe to protect ourselves from them, or maybe what? Maybe they're waiting for us to destroy ourselves, watching us cut down the forests, poison the rivers, kill everything that moves. Maybe they're just waiting to reclaim what was theirs. I don't know if John is right. I don't know what that creature was or why it watched me that day, but I do know this. I'll never set foot in those deep woods again, and sometimes, even now, when I walk home late from the pub, I feel eyes on me, watching, studying, learning, And I wonder, how many more of them are out there in the bush, and what will they do when they've learned enough? Story 5. The memory still makes my skin prickle, even though it's been over 50 years since that night in July 1935. I was just 10 years old then, living with my grandparents on their isolated sheep farm in Willow Creek, New South Wales. My parents had died in a car accident 2 years before, and Grandpa Joe and Grandma Martha had taken me in without question. Our farm sat nestled between rolling hills and dense bushland, about 40 miles from the nearest town. We didn't have electricity back then, just oil lamps and a wood stove. The isolation never bothered me much. I had the sheep, our old dog Rusty, and Grandpa's horse Thunder to keep me company. That night started like any other. We'd finished supper, Grandma's lamb stew with potatoes from our garden, and I'd helped with the washing up before heading to bed in my small room under the eaves. The July winter was particularly bitter that year. I piled 3 blankets on my bed and fell asleep to the sound of wind whistling through the gum trees outside. I don't know exactly what time it was when Thunder's frantic whinnying jerked me awake. The horse was kept in a small paddock near the house, and I'd never heard him make such sounds before. His hooves pounded against the earth, and his frightened neighs cut through the night air like knife slashes. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering. The moonlight streamed through my window, casting silver-blue shadows across the floorboards. I heard Grandpa's heavy footsteps in the hallway, then Grandma's softer ones. "Joe, what's got into Thunder?" Grandma's voice drifted up the stairs. "Don't know. Better check on him," Grandpa replied, his voice gruff with sleep. I scrambled out of bed, pulled on my boots, and grabbed my jacket from the hook behind the door. My curiosity always got the better of me. By the time I'd rushed downstairs, Grandpa was already at the front door, pulling on his coat. Grandma stood beside him, wrapping her shawl tightly around her nightgown. "Boy, you stay put," Grandpa said when he spotted me. "But I want to help," I protested, already moving toward the door. Grandpa sighed, knowing I was too stubborn to listen. "Stay close to me then." We stepped out onto the porch. The cold air hit me like a slap. The full moon hung low and huge in the sky, so bright it cast distinct shadows across our yard. Thunder continued his frantic movements, rearing up and pacing his paddock. Our sheep were huddled together in the far corner of their pen, bleating nervously. "Something's got 'em spooked," Grandpa muttered, reaching for the rifle he kept by the door. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was a shadow moving across the yard, a trick of the moonlight on the gum trees, but shadows don't have mass. Shadows don't make the ground shake with heavy footfalls. The creature walked past our house about 50 yards away, moving with deliberate slowness. In the bright moonlight, I could see it clearly. It stood upright like a man, but much taller, maybe 7 or 8 feet high. Its entire body was covered in thick, matted fur that looked black in the moonlight, but might have been dark brown. What struck me most was its shape. There was no neck to speak of, just broad, powerful shoulders that merged directly into a massive chest. Its arms hung long at its sides, oversized hands swinging near its knees. Though it walked on 2 legs, its posture was hunched, its head thrust forward. Each step was a dragging motion, as if its feet were too heavy to lift properly. I stood frozen, unable to scream or run. My mouth went dry as dust. "Grandpa," I finally whispered, tugging at his sleeve. "Grandpa, look." He turned his head in the direction I was pointing. When his eyes found the creature, his face changed. The blood drained from it, leaving him ashen in the moonlight. His hand tightened on the rifle until his knuckles went white. "Get inside," he hissed, pushing me toward the door. "Now!" Grandma had seen it too. She stood in the doorway, one hand pressed against her mouth, eyes wide with fear. "It's back, Martha," Grandpa said as we hustled inside. "It's back." Grandpa immediately moved through the house, extinguishing the oil lamp in the living room. He motioned for us to follow him into the kitchen at the back of the house. "Stay away from the windows," he whispered, though the creature was too far away to hear us. "And keep quiet." "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Grandpa didn't answer right away. He positioned himself by the kitchen window, rifle ready, peering through a gap in the curtains. Grandma pulled me close to her side, her arm around my shoulders, trembling slightly. "I saw it once before," Grandpa finally said, his eyes never leaving the window. "About 15 years ago, before you were born. I was checking the fences at the north end of the property, near the ridge. It was dusk, getting dark fast. I thought it was a man at first, some swagman passing through. But then I saw how it moved." He fell silent again, watching intently. From our position, we could see the creature continuing its slow journey across our property. The moonlight caught its fur, revealing matted clumps and an oily sheen. It didn't turn toward our house or show any interest in us. It just kept walking with that same lumbering gait, heading toward the dense bush at the edge of our land. "The old-timers around here have stories," Grandpa continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "They call it different names. The bush devil, the walker, never seen in daylight, comes down from the hills when the moon is full." Is it going to hurt us?" I asked, pressing closer to Grandma. "Not if we stay inside and let it pass," Grandpa replied. "It doesn't like light or noise, just stay quiet and still." We stood in the kitchen for what felt like hours, watching as the creature slowly disappeared into the tree line. Even after it was gone, Grandpa kept watch, refusing to let us move away from the kitchen or light any lamps. Eventually, Grandma made us sit at the table while she boiled water for tea on the wood stove, working in near darkness. "Joe, you never told me you'd seen it before," she said, her voice steadier now. Grandpa sighed heavily. "Didn't want to frighten you, Martha. And who'd believe such a thing anyway? I half convinced myself I'd imagined it, until tonight." I wrapped my hands around the warm teacup, feeling the heat seep into my cold fingers. "What is it, Grandpa? Really?" He shook his head slowly. "Don't rightly know, boy. There are things in this country older than white folks' understanding. The Aborigines have stories about creatures in the bush, beings that walk between this world and another. The old Jenkins place, about 10 miles east of here, been abandoned since 28. The story goes that old man Jenkins went out one night to check on his cattle during a storm and never came back. His wife said she heard something large moving around the house all night. Grandma made a disapproving sound. "That's enough of that talk, Joe. You'll give the boy nightmares." But I was already deep in the grip of a waking nightmare. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind through the trees outside made me jump. We stayed in the kitchen until dawn broke, none of us willing to go back to bed. When the first pale light of morning appeared, Grandpa finally set down his rifle. "I'm going to check on the animals," he said, rising stiffly from his chair. "I'll come with you," I said quickly, not wanting to be left alone. Grandpa nodded, and we stepped outside into the grey dawn. The air was frigid, our breath forming clouds in front of our faces. Thunder had calmed somewhat, but still paced nervously in his paddock. The sheep huddled together, watching us with wary eyes. "They sense things we don't," Grandpa said, nodding toward the animals. "Always know when danger's near." We checked the sheep pen and horse paddock, finding no damage. But as we walked toward the tree line where the creature had disappeared, we found the first tracks. They were enormous, twice the size of a man's foot, but shaped differently. 5 toes splayed wide, with what looked like claw marks at the tips, sunk deep into the soft earth. The stride between them was massive, at least 6 feet apart. "Don't touch them," Grandpa said when I crouched down for a closer look. "Don't even get too close." Over the next few weeks, our farm changed. Grandpa established new rules. No one was to go out alone, especially after dusk. The house was to be locked up tight at night, all curtains drawn. He took to keeping the rifle loaded and within reach at all times. We found more tracks around the sheep pen near the water tank, once even on the path leading directly to our front porch. Those tracks sent Grandpa into a grim silence for days. He reinforced the locks on all our doors and nailed wooden slats across the living room window. Thunder remained agitated, refusing to settle in his paddock at night. The sheep kept huddling together, even during daylight hours. Our old dog Rusty growled at nothing, his hackles raised as he stared into the darkness beyond our yard. About a week after the first sighting, I woke in the night to Rusty's frantic barking. I crept to my window and peered out cautiously. The moon wasn't full anymore, but still bright enough to see by. Rusty stood at the edge of our yard, barking at the tree line. I squinted, trying to see what had alarmed him. For a moment I saw nothing. Then at the edge of the trees, something moved. 2 points of dull red light glowed in the darkness, eyes reflecting the moonlight, but wrong somehow. Too high off the ground, too far apart to belong to any normal animal. I scrambled back from the window, my heart racing. I wanted to call out for Grandpa, but found my voice trapped in my throat. When I finally gathered the courage to look again, the eyes were gone. Rusty had fallen silent. The next morning, Rusty was missing. We called and searched for him all day, but he never returned. 3 days later, Mrs. Wilson from the nearest farm, still 5 miles away, came to visit. She arrived in her old truck, looking worried. "Have you folks seen anything strange lately?" she asked as Grandma served tea. "Our cattle won't stay in the north pasture. Keep breaking through the fence to get away from that side of the property." Grandpa and Grandma exchanged looks. "What kind of strange, Dottie?" Grandma asked carefully. Mrs. Wilson hesitated. "Sam thinks he saw a man walking on our property night before last. Said it was too big to be a man, though. Too wrong-shaped." She lowered her voice. "And the McPherson's boy hasn't come home. Been missing 2 days now. Went hunting and never returned." Grandpa's face hardened. "How old is the McPherson boy?" 17. Knows these hills like the back of his hand. Wouldn't just get lost." After Mrs. Wilson left, Grandpa took me aside. "I don't want to scare you, boy, but you need to understand. This thing, whatever it is, it's dangerous. More dangerous than anything you'll ever face." "Is it going to get us, Grandpa?" I asked, unable to keep the tremor from my voice. He put his rough, calloused hand on my shoulder. "Not if I can help it. But you need to promise me something. If you ever see it again, if you ever even think you see it, you run. You run back to the house as fast as you can, and you don't look back. You understand me?" I nodded, swallowing hard. That night I lay awake in bed, listening to the wind. It had been 3 weeks since our first sighting, and though we'd found tracks, we hadn't seen the creature again. Maybe it had moved on. Maybe we were safe. A heavy thump on the roof shattered that hope. I sat bolt upright, my ears straining. It came again, a dragging sound, followed by a thump like something heavy moving across the shingles, directly above my room. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, trying not to make the bed springs creak, I slid from under the covers and pressed myself against the wall. The dragging continued, moving toward the edge of the roof. I heard Grandpa's door open, his footsteps in the hallway. I wanted to call out to him, to warn him, but fear had stolen my voice. Another thump, this time at the side of the house. Something was climbing down. I forced myself to move, creeping to my bedroom door and opening it a crack. Grandpa stood in the hallway, rifle in hand, his face set in grim determination. Grandma stood behind him, a shotgun clutched in her trembling hands. "Stay in your room, boy," Grandpa whispered when he saw me. "Lock the door." But I couldn't move. As Grandpa crept down the stairs, I followed, staying close to the wall. Grandma gave me a frightened look, but didn't send me back. We reached the bottom of the stairs, just as a sound came from the front porch, wood creaking under immense weight. Something scraped against the door, not like knocking, more like testing. Grandpa raised his rifle, aiming at the door. The scraping continued, then moved to the window beside it. The The curtains were drawn, but we could see a shadow pass across them, enormous, misshapen. The window frame creaked. Something pressed against it from outside, testing its strength. "It knows we're in here," Grandma whispered, her voice barely audible. The pressure on the window increased. The wooden slats Grandpa had nailed across it groaned. One cracked with a sound like a gunshot. Grandpa fired through the window. The blast was deafening in the confined space. Splinters of wood and glass exploded outward. A roar came from outside. Not like any animal I'd ever heard. Not bear or dingo or human. It was deep and hollow at the same time, like it came from somewhere cavernous. Heavy footsteps pounded away from the house, shaking the floorboards beneath our feet. Grandpa rushed to the broken window, fired again into the darkness, then quickly backed away. "Get away from the windows," he ordered. "It might come back." We huddled in the center of the living room, backs together, weapons pointed outward. The minutes stretched into hours. Eventually, dawn's grey light began to filter through the broken window. Only then did Grandpa lower his rifle. "Stay inside," he said, moving cautiously toward the door. He stepped out onto the porch, rifle ready. After a moment he called back, "Martha, bring the boy. You should see this." We followed him outside. In the pale morning light, we could see the damage. Claw marks gouged the wooden siding of our house. The window frame was splintered, glass scattered across the porch. But what drew our eyes was the trail leading away from the house. Deep footprints pressed into the earth, spaced far apart, as if whatever made them had been running. And something else, dark splotches on the ground, leading into the bush. "Blood," Grandpa said. "I hit it." For 3 days we stayed locked in the house, jumping at every sound. But the creature didn't return. The McPherson boy was never found, despite search parties combing the hills for weeks. As the months passed, life slowly returned to normal. The tracks around our property faded with the rain. Thunder calmed down. We got a new dog, a scrappy little terrier Grandpa named Fighter. But things were never the same. Grandpa kept the rifle loaded. We never went out alone after dark. And sometimes, on full moon nights, I'd wake to the sound of something moving in the bush beyond our yard, something large, dragging its feet as it walked. I left the farm when I turned 18, moved to Sydney for work, but Grandpa and Grandma stayed. When I visited at Christmas in 1943, Grandpa took me aside, his face more lined than I remembered. "It came back last month," he said quietly, so Grandma wouldn't hear. "Didn't come near the house, just watched from the tree line. I think it remembers the rifle." I never saw the creature again myself, but I never forgot. Even now, decades later, living in my comfortable city apartment, I keep my curtains drawn tight on full moon nights, and sometimes in my dreams I still hear it, that slow, dragging footstep coming closer and closer and closer. Story 6. I never believed the old-timers' stories about the monster men of the plateau. Pa always said they were tall tales meant to scare kids away from wandering too far into the bush. I believed him right up until the night they came to our farm. It started with Bessie. That cow was the quietest animal on our property, never one to make a fuss except at milking time. But that night in 1935, her bellowing jolted me from a dead sleep. It wasn't her normal low, lazy moo. This was frantic, terrified, a sound I'd never heard from her before. Pa was already pulling on his boots when I stumbled into the kitchen. "William Jackson, you ain't going out there alone," Ma said, clutching her nightgown at her throat. "Just Bessie got herself tangled in something," Pa replied, but I could tell by the tight lines around his mouth that he didn't believe it. Blue, our cattle dog, was already at the door, hackles raised and teeth bared. When Pa cracked the door open, Blue shot into the darkness like a bullet. "Blue!" I called after him, but he was gone, his sharp barks cutting through the night air. Thomas, our farmhand who slept in the small cabin behind our house, appeared at the back door with his lantern held high. "What's all the commotion, Mr. Jackson?" he asked, his voice unnaturally loud in the tense quiet that had fallen after Blue's departure. Then we heard it. Blue's angry barking suddenly transformed into a high-pained yelp that cut off abruptly. The silence that followed pressed against my ears like cotton wool. "Get my rifle," Pa said to me, his voice steady, but his face pale in the lamplight. "Thomas, you armed?" Thomas nodded, raising his own rifle. "Yes, sir." Ma grabbed my arm. "Don't you go out there, Billy," she whispered. "I'll be with Pa," I said, pulling away to grab Pa's Winchester from above the fireplace. "We'll be fine." I was 17 then, old enough to stand beside my father, young enough to believe nothing truly bad could happen to us at Jackson Farm. Pa, Thomas, and I stepped out into the yard. The night air was cool and still, unusual for early summer in Queensland. We carried 2 lanterns between us, the light barely pushing back the darkness that seemed to press in from the edges of our farm. "Bessie!" Pa called out, moving toward the paddock where we kept our house cow at night. His voice sounded small against the vast darkness of the plateau that loomed behind our property. We moved slowly across the yard, the crickets silent, the night holding its breath. The hair on my arm stood on end, and I felt a primal shiver work its way down my spine. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. The paddock gate hung open, swinging slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. Pa raised his lantern higher, casting its glow farther into the enclosure. "Jesus Christ," Thomas whispered. The fence was destroyed, not broken or damaged, demolished. Sturdy posts that had weathered 15 years of storms and floods had been ripped from the ground and splintered like matchsticks. The wire fencing was twisted and torn, as though something massive had simply walked through it without slowing. And there was Bessie. Our gentle house cow lay on her side in the center of the paddock, her white and brown hide gleaming wetly in the lantern light. Her neck was broken, twisted at an impossible angle, her head nearly separated from her body. Blood pooled around her, black in the dim light. "Something killed her," I said stupidly, my brain struggling to make sense of the scene before me. "Something big," Pa replied, raising his rifle and scanning the darkness around us. "Mr. Jackson," Thomas called from the edge of the paddock. He had moved toward the tree line, his lantern held high. "Over here." We moved to join him, our boots squelching in the muddy ground. Thomas's lantern illuminated the base of a large gum tree at the edge of our property. Something dark was pressed against the trunk. It took me several seconds to recognize the crushed remains as Blue. Our dog had been smashed against the tree trunk with such force that his body was flattened, unrecognizable except for patches of his distinctive blue speckled coat. Pa made a choked sound beside me. Blue had been with us since before I was born. "What could do this?" I whispered, bile rising in my throat. A sudden crashing sound came from the direction of the plateau, something large moving through the brush, branches snapping like gunshots in the quiet night. We all turned toward the sound, raising our rifles instinctively. "Inside," Pa said, his voice low and urgent. "Now." We backed away slowly, our eyes fixed on the tree line. The crashing sounds continued, moving uphill toward the plateau. Whatever had killed our animals was retreating to higher ground. Morning light did nothing to diminish the horror of what we'd found. If anything, the bright Queensland sun made the scene more grotesque, more real. Ma stayed in the house with my sisters, but I could see her watching from the window as Pa, Thomas, and I examined the damage. Sheriff Mills arrived just after sunrise, his dusty truck bumping up our long driveway. He whistled low when he saw the destroyed fence and Bessie's body. "Hell of a dingo," he said, rubbing his stubbled chin. "No dingo did this," Pa replied flatly. "Look at the size of it, Ted." Sheriff Mills didn't argue. He walked the perimeter of the paddock, pausing at the edge of the property, where the land began to slope upward toward Lamington Plateau. He crouched down, examining something in the soft earth. "Tracks here," he called. We hurried over. In the mud were deep impressions, footprints, but like none I'd ever seen. They were huge, easily twice the size of my boot, with what looked like claw marks at the end of each toe. "Human?" Thomas asked, his voice uncertain. Sheriff Mills shook his head slowly. "Too big, and look at the depth. Whatever made these is heavy. 300–400 pounds at least." "Could be a big cat," I suggested. "A really big one." Pa shook his head. "No cat walks on 2 legs, son." The footprints formed a clear trail heading up toward the plateau. They were spaced far apart, suggesting a stride length much longer than a man's. "And here," Sheriff Mills said, moving to the tree where Blue had been killed. Deep gouges marked the trunk above the dog's body, as though something with enormous claws had gripped the tree. "I've been sheriff in this county for 22 years, Mills said, rubbing his hand over the marks. "Never seen anything like this." "The monster men," Thomas said quietly. We all turned to look at him. "My grandfather used to talk about them," Thomas continued, refusing to meet our eyes. "Said they lived up on the plateau, big as bears, strong as bulls, but shaped like men. The Aboriginal folks around here have stories about them going back forever." Sheriff Mills snorted. "Don't start with that superstitious nonsense, Thomas." "What else could do this?" Thomas gestured at the destruction around us. "Tear up fencing, kill a full-grown cow, crush a dog against a tree, and those prints ain't human or animal." "There's an explanation," Sheriff Mills insisted. "There always is." But I could see the doubt in his eyes. Sheriff Mills left after noon, promising to send word to the wildlife authorities in Brisbane. Pa, Thomas and I spent the afternoon repairing the fence as best we could and burying Blue and Bessie. The whole time I felt eyes on my back from the direction of the plateau. As the sun began to sink, casting long shadows across our property, Pa called a halt to our work. "Inside before dark," he said firmly. "All of us." Thomas nodded toward his cabin. "I should get my things if I'm staying in the house tonight." Pa hesitated, then nodded. "Be quick." The farmhand jogged to his small cabin. Pa and I waited by the back door, watching the tree line. Above us, the Lamington Plateau was turning purple in the fading light, its cliff faces casting deep shadows across the forested slopes. "What do you think it was, Pa?" I asked quietly. Pa didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was tight. "Don't know, Billy, but we're not taking chances." Inside, Ma had moved our mattresses to the front room, away from the windows that faced the plateau. My 2 younger sisters, Emily and Jane, were huddled together, their eyes wide with fear. They'd heard enough throughout the day to understand something dangerous was nearby. Thomas arrived with his bedroll and shotgun. Pa instructed him to take the chair by the back door while he would watch the front. I was to sleep, but be ready if they called. "Like hell," I said. "I'm keeping watch too." Pa looked like he might argue, but then he nodded. "Take the kitchen window. Have a clear view of the side yard from there." We ate a cold dinner, nobody wanting to light the stove and draw attention with smoke from the chimney. As night fell completely, Pa lit just one lamp, keeping it low. The house was quiet, except for my sister's occasional whispers and the persistent tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Hours passed. My eyes grew heavy, despite my determination to stay alert. The kitchen window showed nothing but darkness, the side yard empty and still. Then, at what must have been close to midnight, I heard it. A low, rumbling howl from the direction of the plateau. It wasn't a dingo or a wild dog. The sound was too deep, too powerful. It echoed across our property, seeming to vibrate the glass in the window. "Pa," I called softly. "I hear it," he replied from his post at the front window. The howl came again, closer this time. Then another answered from farther away. 2 of them at least. "They're coming down from the plateau," Thomas said, his voice shaking slightly. Ma gathered my sisters closer, pulling a blanket over their heads to muffle any sounds they might make. I gripped my rifle tighter, my palms slick with sweat. The minutes dragged by in tense silence. Then came a sound that made my blood run cold, heavy footsteps moving slowly around the perimeter of our house. The wooden porch creaked under substantial weight. Something scraped against the wall outside, something hard, like claws on weatherboard. It moved from the back of the house toward the kitchen where I was positioned. I raised my rifle, pointing it at the window. A shadow passed across the glass, blocking the faint moonlight. Something enormous was standing just outside, separated from me by only a thin pane of glass and weatherboard wall. I held my breath, afraid the sound of my racing heart might be heard by whatever lurked outside. The shadow remained still for what felt like an eternity, then slowly moved away. A tapping came at the front of the house, deliberate, almost like knocking. 3 slow raps against the front door. "Don't answer," Ma whispered frantically, though none of us had moved. The knocking came again, louder this time. Then the door handle slowly turned, testing the lock. Pa had secured it with a heavy wooden bar across the frame. The handle strained against it, turning completely before stopping. A low, guttural sound came from outside. Not quite a growl, not quite words. It raised the hair on the back of my neck. The pressure on the door suddenly increased. The wood groaned as something pushed against it with tremendous force. The bar across the frame creaked ominously. "Get to the center of the room," Pa ordered, backing away from the door himself, rifle raised. We huddled together as the assault on our home continued. The front window shattered inward in a spray of glass. A massive arm thrust through the opening, covered in dark hair, ending in a hand-like appendage with curved black claws where fingernails should be. Pa fired. The shotgun blast was deafening in the small room. The arm withdrew with a roar that shook the windows. "The back door!" Thomas shouted, firing his own weapon. I spun to see the back door bulging inward, the wooden bar splintering under immense pressure. One more heave and it would give way completely. "The cellar!" Pa commanded, already moving. "Now!" We had a storm cellar accessed through a trap door in the kitchen floor. Pa had reinforced it years ago as a cyclone shelter. I grabbed Jane while Pa took Emily, and we all rushed to the kitchen as the back door finally burst from its frame. I caught only a glimpse of what entered our home, a massive dark shape, moving on 2 legs but hunched over to fit through the doorway. Its eyes reflected the lamplight like a cat's, gleaming yellow in the darkness. Ma threw open the trap door, and we descended the steep steps into the cellar. Pa was last, slamming the heavy trapdoor shut, just as something large thumped across the kitchen floor above us. The cellar was pitch black until Ma found the matches and lit the emergency lantern. My sisters were crying silently, their faces buried against Ma's nightdress. Thomas was bleeding from a cut on his forehead, likely from flying glass. Above us, heavy footsteps moved through our home. Furniture crashed and wood splintered. Something scraped at the cellar door, testing its strength. "It won't hold them long if they really want in," Pa said grimly, reloading his shotgun. "Them?" Ma whispered, eyes wide. "There's at least 2, I confirmed, remembering the howls. We huddled in that cellar for what felt like hours, listening to the destruction of our home above us. Occasionally, one of the creatures would test the cellar door, making it groan under their weight. But Pa had built it solid, 3-inch hardwood with iron reinforcements. It held. Eventually, as the first hint of dawn must have been approaching, the sounds above diminished. A final, frustrated howl echoed through the house, and then silence fell. We waited another hour before Pa cautiously pushed open the cellar door. Daylight was filtering through the broken windows of what remained of our home. The destruction was complete. Furniture shattered, walls gouged with deep claw marks, our possessions scattered and broken. But we were alive. We abandoned the farm that day. packed what little remained of our belongings into the truck and drove to the nearest town. Sheriff Mills organized a hunting party, but they found nothing except more of those massive footprints leading back up to the plateau. The official report called it an attack by unknown predators, possibly escaped exotic animals. But the locals knew better. They nodded knowingly when we told our story in hushed voices at the town pub. "The monster men of Lamington," old Frank Carver said, staring into his beer. "My grandfather saw them back in '89. They come down every few decades when food gets scarce up top. We never returned to Jackson Farm. Some say it's still there, slowly being reclaimed by the bush at the base of Lamington Plateau. Others say new owners tried to settle there a few years later but left after just one night, driven away by howls that echoed down from the heights. I don't know if they were monsters or some unknown animal species. All I know is what I saw that night in 1935. Creatures that walked like men but weren't men, powerful enough to kill a cow and destroy a homestead, intelligent enough to test our defenses and hunt as a pack. Sometimes, on dark nights when the wind blows a certain way, I think I can still hear those howls, calling to each other across the plateau, waiting for another chance to descend. Story 7. My palms were slick with sweat as I gripped my lunch pail tighter. The year was 1930, and at 10 years old I thought I knew everything there was to know about the bushland surrounding our family's property near Dunga Creek. Daddy always said I was too headstrong for my own good. "Joan de la Force," he'd say. "You're going to find trouble one of these days wandering so far from home." I didn't believe him then. I do now. It was late September when it first happened. Me, my brother Elmer, and little sister Ruth were taking the long way home from the swimming hole. Rex, my black and tan hound, trotted ahead, nose to the ground as usual. That dog wasn't afraid of anything. He'd chase off coyotes twice his size, and once even stood his ground against old Mr. Crawford's angry bull. The path narrowed as we pushed through the thick scrub. Birds called overhead. I was telling Ruth about a spelling test when Rex stopped dead in his tracks. His ears perked forward, then flattened against his skull. "What's got into that mutt?" Elmer asked, picking up a stick. Rex's growl started low, vibrating through his chest, building into a bark that cracked like thunder in the still air. The hair along his spine stood straight up. "Rex, hush now," I said, but my voice caught. Something was wrong. Rex never acted this way. "Joan, what's he barking at?" Ruth whispered, grabbing my hand. "Probably just a possum," I said, but I didn't believe it. Rex backed up, pushing against my legs, still growling. His body trembled. I looked ahead into the dense bush where his attention was fixed. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just the twisted trunks of eucalyptus trees and the tangle of undergrowth. Then something moved, not like an animal moves, but deliberate, purposeful. Through a gap in the foliage I saw it, standing upright, 6 feet tall at least, covered in dark brown fur that hung long around its neck like a mane. It shifted its weight, and I caught a flash of eyes watching us. "Elmer," I breathed, "do you see that?" Before he could answer, Ruth screamed. The creature moved, branches snapping under its weight. "Run!" Elmer yelled, grabbing Ruth's arm. We tore through the bush, branches whipping our faces. Rex ran with us, no longer brave, but terrified. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could feel it watching us as we fled. We burst from the tree line into the cleared land around our farmhouse, gasping for breath. Daddy was on the porch, fixing a chair leg. "What in tarnation's got into you kids?" he called. We tried to tell him, all talking at once. He listened, frowning, then walked to the edge of the property and stared into the trees. "Probably just a drifter," he said finally. "Some vagrant passing through. Stay close to the house for a few days." But I knew better. No drifter had fur like that. No man moved the way that thing moved. For 2 weeks we stayed near the farmhouse. Daddy kept his shotgun closer than usual, though he never admitted why. The memory began to fade. like bad dreams do when the sun is high and chores need doing. Rex stayed close to the house too, which wasn't like him at all. Then came the day at the tractor shed. It was my job to fetch tools for Daddy. The shed stood about 50 yards from the house, a simple corrugated iron structure where we kept the tractor and farm implements. Elmer and Ruth came with me. None of us went anywhere alone anymore. As we approached, I noticed the door was ajar. It creaked on its hinges in the light breeze. "Daddy must have left it open," Elmer said, but his voice was uncertain. Something moved inside, a shadow shifting against shadow. "Hello," I called, my voice small against the vast emptiness of the surrounding land. No answer came, but the movement stopped. "Maybe it's trapped in there," Ruth whispered, "like that raccoon last summer." We crept closer, Elmer in front now. The sunlight hit the gap in the door, cutting a bright line across the dirt floor inside. As we watched, a shape moved across that line of light. Not a raccoon, not any animal I knew. The door swung open wider, it stepped out, the same creature from the bushland. This time in broad daylight, there was no mistaking what I saw. 6 feet tall, standing on 2 legs. Dark brown fur covering its body, thicker around the chest and neck, long arms that hung nearly to its knees, and its face, not quite human, not quite animal. Eyes set deep under a heavy brow, a flat nose, and a mouth that seemed fixed in a permanent grimace. It looked directly at us. There was intelligence in those eyes, recognition. For 3 heartbeats we stood frozen, staring at each other across 20 feet of sun-baked earth. Then it turned and walked away, not running, not frightened. It moved with purpose toward the tree line, occasionally glancing back at us over its shoulder. We didn't run this time. We couldn't. We watched until it disappeared into the bush. "We have to tell Daddy," Elmer said finally. But when we did, the words came out wrong. How could we describe what we'd seen? Daddy listened, his face growing more concerned. "You kids got overactive imaginations," he said. But that night, he nailed the shed door shut with heavy planks. The worst was yet to come. School started the following week. Our farm sat a good mile down a dirt track from the main road, where the school bus picked us up each morning. We left before sunrise, carrying our books and lunch pails, walking in the blue half-light of dawn. That morning was cool, mist hanging low over the fields. Elmer carried a lantern, though the sky was lightening enough to see our path. Rex had taken to escorting us to the bus stop, though he never used to before. We were halfway there when Rex stopped again, that same posture of fear from before. But this time, his growl died in his throat, replaced by a high-pitched whine. He backed up, tail between his legs. "What is it, boy?" Elmer raised the lantern higher. That's when we saw them. Not one creature, but 5. 2 large ones, standing at least 6 feet tall, and 3 smaller ones, still bigger than me, but clearly younger. They stood at the edge of the tree line that ran along the road about 30 yards away. The light caught their eyes, reflecting back at us like tiny lanterns. They were watching us. The largest one stepped forward, and I could see the long fur around its neck moving in the breeze. "Elmer," I whispered, "what do we do?" Before he could answer, the largest creature made a sound, not quite a growl, not quite speech, but something in between. The smaller ones moved back into the trees at the sound. Ruth began to cry quietly. Rex pressed himself against my legs, trembling. "We need to back up," Elmer said, his voice steady despite his pale face. "Slow and easy. Don't run." Step by step we retreated, the lantern light still catching those watching eyes. The creatures didn't follow, but they didn't leave either. They stood their ground, watching us go. We made it home and told Daddy, who took his shotgun and went to look. He found nothing, of course, but this time he didn't dismiss our story as imagination. That afternoon, an old Aboriginal man named Charlie, who sometimes worked for my father, came by. I overheard them talking on the porch, their voices low. "Those kids of yours," Charlie said, Where exactly did they see these things? Daddy described the locations, the path near Dunga Creek, the tractor shed, the road to the bus stop. Charlie nodded slowly. Those places, they're special to my people, boundary places. Your farm sits on old country, Mr. de la Force, very old. What are you saying, Charlie? I'm saying there are things in this land older than any of us. Things that were here first and never left. Charlie paused. My grandfather called them the hairy men. They keep to themselves mostly, but they don't like it when people go where they shouldn't. You believe my kids actually saw something? Daddy sounded surprised. Children see what adults train themselves to ignore, Charlie said. Listen to me now. Keep your young ones away from the creek bend at dawn and dusk. Don't let them wander the North Ridge. And that old hollow past your tractor shed? That's a special place. A meeting place. They won't bother you if you don't bother them. Daddy didn't say much after Charlie left, but that night he announced we'd be driven to the bus stop from now on. No more walking. I never walked to that bus stop alone again, ever. The memory of those eyes watching me from the tree line was burned into my mind, but that wasn't the end of our encounters. 2 months later, Elmer came running into the house, white as a sheet. He'd been collecting eggs from the chicken coop when he saw one of the creatures watching him from behind the water tank. It didn't approach or threaten him, just watched with those knowing eyes. Ruth claimed she heard them at night sometimes, making sounds like words in a language she couldn't understand. Daddy said it was just the wind, but he started keeping the shutters closed after dark. As for me, I had one last encounter that winter. I was bringing in firewood from the stack behind the house. The sun was setting, painting the sky orange and purple. As I gathered an armful of split logs, I felt it, that prickling sensation of being watched. I turned slowly. At the edge of our property, half hidden by the shadow of a large gum tree, stood the creature, the one with the long mane. It was alone this time. For a long moment we stared at each other across the yard, then deliberately it placed something on the ground in front of it. It straightened up, looked at me one more time, and backed away into the bush. When I was sure it was gone, curiosity overcame my fear. I approached the spot cautiously. There, on the ground where it had stood, was a small arrangement of woven grass and feathers. Not random, but clearly fashioned by hands with purpose. A message, a warning, a gift, I never knew. I left it there and hurried back to the house. Spring came, and with it, fewer sightings. By summer, we'd almost convinced ourselves it had all been some shared delusion. Almost. Then one evening, Mr. Crawford from the neighboring farm came by in his truck, agitated and pale. "Jim," he said to my father, not even getting out of his vehicle, "you ought to know something strange is happening to my cattle. Found 3 of them dead this morning up on the north pasture, not killed by any dingo or wild dog I ever saw. They were arranged, placed in a circle, facing outward. Never seen anything like it." Daddy stood silent for a long moment. "North pasture, you say? That borders my property near Dunga Creek, doesn't it?" Mr. Crawford nodded. "Whatever did it left footprints, big ones, human-shaped, but not human. You know anything about this, Jim?" "No," Daddy said finally, "but I'd stay away from that north pasture if I were you, Thomas, especially around dusk." After Mr. Crawford left, Daddy sat us down at the kitchen table. "Kids," he said slowly, "I think it's time we had a serious talk about what you saw." That night, Daddy made a decision. The next morning, he went to see Charlie again. When he returned, he spent the day hammering stakes into the ground at various points around our property. Each stake had markings carved into it that Charlie had shown him how to make. "Boundary markers," Daddy explained when I asked, "to show respect." From that day on, an unspoken agreement seemed to form. We didn't venture into certain areas of our land, especially at dawn or dusk. In return, the creatures kept their distance from our house and buildings. Occasionally, we'd catch glimpses, A shadow moving unnaturally among the trees, the sensation of being watched while hanging laundry, strange sounds at night that made Rex growl and hide under the porch. But they never approached us directly again. Years passed. I grew up, Elmer went off to fight in the war, and Ruth married a boy from the next town over. Daddy sold the farm when his health began to fail, and we moved into town. The new owners, the Millers, lasted less than a year before selling. The family after them stayed only 6 months. The property changed hands 7 times in a decade. No one would say exactly why they left. I'm an old woman now, with grandchildren of my own. When they visit, they beg me for stories, and sometimes, when the night is dark and the house is quiet, I tell them about the creatures in the bush near Dunga Creek. My grandchildren think they're just scary stories meant to thrill and entertain. Perhaps that's for the best. But sometimes, when my grandson Daniel goes fishing or my granddaughter Sarah wanders too far into the woods behind their house, I find myself calling them back before dusk falls. Because I know something they don't. There are places where the boundary between our world and something older, something wilder, grows thin. And there are eyes in the shadows, watching, always watching. Story 8. The dogs knew first. That's always how it is in the bush. Animals sense danger before men do. My shepherd cross, Rusty, started acting peculiar around midday. Normally steady as they come, he began circling our horses, hackles raised, whining like I'd never heard before. The other dogs followed suit, all 4 of them darting through the snow, eyes wild with something I can only call fear. "What's got into them?" Tom asked, pulling his coat tighter against the biting wind. I didn't answer right away. Winter in Barrington Tops is no joke. 1942 had brought one of the coldest we'd seen in years. The 4 of us, me, Tom Landry, Bill Hayes, and Jack Simmons, had been riding for 3 days, heading back to our properties after checking cattle grazing leases further north. We were experienced bushmen, born and raised in this country. Not much rattled us. "Hold up," Bill called from the front of our small convoy. His horse stamped nervously as he pointed toward the ground ahead. "Look at that." We dismounted, boots crunching in the ankle-deep snow. What I saw made my stomach drop. Footprints, but not like any I'd ever seen. "Jesus Christ," Jack whispered, kneeling beside one of the impressions. "Look at the size of these things." The print sank deep into the snow, 9 inches at least. I placed my gloved hand inside for comparison. The track dwarfed my spread fingers, stretching 16 inches from heel to toe. The imprint showed 5 distinct toes, splayed wide, with what looked like claw marks at the ends. "That ain't human," Tom said, stating the obvious. "Bear," Bill suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. I shook my head. "No bears in Australia. You know that." "Well, it sure as hell ain't a kangaroo," Jack replied. The dogs wouldn't go near the tracks. They circled us, whimpering, eyes fixed on the trail that cut through the pristine snow ahead. "It's heading northeast," I said, studying the line of prints, "toward Kerry's Peak." Bill stood, brushing snow from his knees. "Should we follow it?" We looked at each other. 4 grown men, suddenly uncertain. The rational part of my brain said to leave it be. We were still a day's ride from home, and the temperature would drop fast once the sun dipped behind the mountains. But curiosity is a powerful force. "I reckon we should," I said finally. "Whatever made these tracks, it shouldn't be here. Might be dangerous." Tom nodded. "Could be someone's exotic pet escaped. Remember that fella from Gloucester who kept those African lions? Game warden ought to know about it, whatever it is." We secured the horses to a sturdy gum tree and collected our rifles from the saddle holsters. The dogs refused to come, so we left them with the horses. The prints were easy to follow, a straight line through the snow, each step measured and deliberate. "Fresh, too," Jack observed. "Can't be more than a few hours old." As we walked, I noticed something odd about the tracks. They were evenly spaced, about 3 feet apart, suggesting a walking gait rather than running. And despite the creature's obvious weight, evidenced by how deep the prints sank, there was a certain precision to them. This wasn't some panicked animal crashing through the bush. Whatever made these tracks knew exactly where it was going. For nearly an hour we followed the trail in silence, save for our labored breathing in the thin mountain air. The snow began to fall again, light flurries that threatened to obscure our evidence. We picked up the pace. The landscape changed as we approached Kerry's Peak. The gentle slope steepened, and the snow-covered ground gave way to rocky outcrops. Still, the tracks continued, now visible as patches of disturbed snow between the rocks. "Hold up," Bill said suddenly, raising his hand. "Listen." We froze. At first, I heard nothing but the wind whistling through the gums. Then, a crack, like a branch breaking. It came from ahead, beyond a line of snow gums that marked the edge of a cliff face I knew well. "It's up there," Tom whispered. We moved forward cautiously, rifles ready. The tracks led straight to the tree line. When we reached it, I felt my breath catch. The footprints ended at the edge of a sheer drop, a cliff face that plunged 30 meters into the valley below. Dense gum forest spread out beneath us, treetops swaying in the winter wind. "It couldn't have gone over," Jack said, peering down. "Nothing would survive that fall." I scanned the cliff edge, looking for signs of disturbance. That's when I spotted them, vines hanging over the precipice, sturdy ones that grew from the ancient trees below. They were disturbed, bark scraped away in places, some partially torn. "It climbed down," I said, pointing. "Used the vines like ropes." Bill shook his head in disbelief. "No animal's that smart." "No animal we know," Tom corrected. We stood there, 4 grown men silenced by what we were seeing. The implications were unsettling. Whatever made those tracks wasn't just large and heavy. It was intelligent. It had problem solved. It had done something I'd have trouble doing myself without proper equipment. "We need evidence," I said finally. "No one will believe this without proof." Jack nodded. "The tracks are already filling with snow. Won't be long before they're gone completely." "There's a creek down below," Tom said. "Might have clay we could use for casting." Getting down was tricky. We found a less steep section about 50 meters along the cliff edge and carefully picked our way down, using tree roots and rock outcroppings as handholds. By the time we reached the bottom, my hands were raw with cold, and sweat had frozen against my back despite the exertion. The creek Tom mentioned was partially frozen, but we managed to collect enough clay from the banks. We worked quickly, molding it around the clearest footprints we could find. The clay froze almost immediately in the bitter cold, creating perfect impressions. "Look at this," Bill said as we examined our handiwork. 5 toes, just like a human, but the shape's all wrong, wider at the front, narrower at the heel. "And these ridges," I added, running my finger along what appeared to be calluses or pads on the sole. "No human foot has these." We made 3 casts in total, wrapping them carefully in our handkerchiefs before stowing them in our packs. The sun was getting low now, casting long shadows through the trees. We needed to get back to the horses before dark. "Should we try to follow it further?" Jack asked, gesturing toward the forest below. I considered it briefly. The thought of tracking this creature through dense bush as night fell didn't sit well with me. Besides, without snow, tracking would be infinitely harder. "No," I decided. "We've got what we came for. Let's head back." The climb up was harder than coming down. By the time we reached the top, darkness was falling in earnest. We hurried back along our original tracks, which were now half filled with fresh snow. The temperature had dropped further, and my breath formed thick clouds in front of my face. The horses nickered nervously when we approached. The dogs, however, seemed calmer, as if whatever had disturbed them had moved far enough away to no longer pose a threat. We made camp in a small clearing surrounded by snow gums, building a fire larger than usual. None of us spoke much as we ate our cold rations. The question hung unspoken between us. What exactly had we tracked today? Could be a yowie, Tom said finally, breaking the silence. Bill snorted. You believe in those old stories? Next you'll be saying we followed a bunyip. I'm just saying, Tom continued unperturbed. Aboriginals have stories about man-like creatures in these mountains going back thousands of years. Call them different names depending on the tribe. Doolagal, Yahoo, Yowie, big hairy fellas that walk on two legs. Fairy tales, Bill insisted. Then, what did we track today, I asked quietly. What creature weighs enough to sink 9 inches into packed snow, has feet bigger than dinner plates, walks upright, and can climb down a cliff using vines? No one had an answer. Sleep came fitfully that night. Every crack of a branch in the darkness, every whisper of wind through the trees had me reaching for my rifle. I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. Dawn broke clear and cold. We ate quickly, packed up, and started the long ride home. The clay casts sat heavy in my saddlebag, physical proof of what we'd found. Or at least I hoped they were. Part of me feared they'd crumble to dust, leaving us with nothing but an unbelievable story. 3 days later, we reached Muswellbrook. From there, Jack, who had family in Sydney, volunteered to take the cast to the Taronga Zoo. They had scientists there, experts in animal biology who might identify what we'd tracked. The rest of us returned to our properties, agreeing to keep the story quiet until we heard back from Jack. No sense stirring up panic or making ourselves targets for ridicule without answers. 2 weeks passed. The winter deepened, bringing more snow to the highlands. I tried to focus on my daily work, mending fences, feeding livestock, keeping the homestead warm. But my mind kept returning to those tracks. To the deliberate way they moved through the snow, to the intelligence it took to use those vines. Jack returned on the first day of August, riding up to my property just after noon. His face told me everything before he spoke a word. Zoo folks say it's either a gorilla or a bear, he said, accepting the mug of tea I offered. Reckon it must have escaped from a circus. I stared at him. A circus in Barrington Tops in the dead of winter. Jack shrugged. That's their explanation. Said the foot shape matches a gorilla most closely, but the size is unusual. They're writing to zoos around the country to check if any have reported missing animals. That's nonsense, I said flatly. No gorilla could survive up there in those temperatures, and they certainly couldn't navigate that terrain like what we saw. Did you tell them about the cliff, the vines? I told them everything, Jack confirmed. The scientist, Anderson, his name was, just smiled that way city folks do when they think country people are spinning yarns. Said gorillas are quite intelligent and capable climbers. I shook my head in frustration. What about the casts? They kept them, said they'd do further analysis, but I don't expect we'll hear anything more. Anderson had made up his mind before I finished talking. We sat in silence for a while, watching the winter sun cast long shadows across my paddocks. Tom's sticking with his yowie theory, Jack said eventually. Says his grandfather encountered one back in the 1890s near the same area. I didn't reply. The truth was, I didn't know what to believe. All my life, I'd trusted in what I could see, touch, and understand. The bush held few mysteries for men like us who'd lived in it since birth. But those tracks, they challenged everything I thought I knew about this land. In the months that followed, we heard nothing more from the scientists at Taronga. The war raged on overseas, and soon our encounter at Kerry's Peak became just another story we occasionally revisited over beers at the Gloucester pub. Most who heard it smiled politely and changed the subject. But something changed in me after that winter day. On clear nights, when I sit on my porch, looking toward the dark outline of the Barrington Tops against the sky, I find myself wondering, the Aboriginal people who lived here for thousands of years before us didn't put stock in circus gorillas. Their stories speak of creatures that walked the mountains long before white men arrived. Intelligent beings that avoided humans when possible, that knew the land in ways we never would. I've never told anyone this, but twice since that day I've found tracks on my property, not in snow, but in the soft mud near the creek after heavy rain. Smaller than what we found on Kerry's Peak, but similar in shape. Both times they appeared overnight and led into dense bush where I couldn't follow them. I've stopped trying to explain it to others. Some things defy easy classification. They exist in the spaces between what we know and what we don't. The four of us who followed those tracks that winter day, we understand something that science books and city experts don't. This land still holds secrets, and some of them walk on 2 feet through the snow, 16 inches at a stride. Story 9. The first night we spent in our new home, I heard it. A dull thump above my bedroom. Not the sound of a possum or some other Australian wildlife I wasn't yet familiar with. This was deliberate, rhythmic, like footsteps crossing back and forth above the ceiling. "Margaret?" I called out to my wife, who was still unpacking in the next room. No answer, just another thump. Then silence. We'd arrived at the property earlier that day, myself, Margaret, and our 2 children, Beth and little Tommy. After the war ended, I'd taken a job with a mining company in New South Wales. The house came cheap, too cheap, I realized later. The real estate agent had practically given it away, mentioning only that it had been vacant for some time. Some time turned out to be nearly 20 years. The property sat on 40 acres of partially cleared bushland, about 15 miles outside of Burrenbank, a small town that wasn't much more than a general store, post office and pub. The house itself was a weatherboard structure, 2 stories with a wraparound porch and a tin roof that I'd need to patch come dry season. Nothing fancy, but it was ours, and after years of uncertainty during the war, that meant everything. I climbed out of bed and grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand. The wooden floorboards creaked under my feet as I made my way to the hallway. Another thump sounded, this time followed by what I can only describe as a dragging noise. "Hello?" I called up toward the attic space. "Anyone there?" Silence again. Margaret appeared in our bedroom doorway, her hair tied back for sleep. "George, who are you talking to?" "Did you hear that? The thumping?" She shook her head. "Probably just the house settling. It's been empty for years. Come back to bed." I shined my light up at the ceiling. Nothing looked amiss, no water stains, no signs of damage, just old, yellowed paint. "You're right," I said, "just the house settling." I was wrong. The next week passed in a blur of unpacking and settling in. I started my job at the mine while Margaret got the children enrolled in the local school. The house needed work, lots of it. But it had good bones, as they say. I spent my evenings replacing rotted boards on the porch and clearing out the overgrown yard. That's when I found the first footprints. They appeared in the freshly turned soil of what would become Margaret's vegetable garden. At first, I thought some local kids had wandered onto our property. The prints were human-shaped but massive, easily 15 inches long, too big for any man I'd ever met. I followed the tracks to the edge of our clearing, where they disappeared into the dense bushland beyond. A shiver ran down my spine despite the warm autumn sun. Something didn't feel right about those prints. That night the thumping returned, louder this time. I lay awake listening to what sounded like someone, or something, pacing directly above our bedroom. Margaret heard it too. "George, what is that?" she whispered, clutching my arm. "I don't know," I admitted. The footsteps crossed from one end of the attic to the other, then stopped directly above us. The ceiling creaked under tremendous weight. Then came a new sound, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the timber frame of the house. Tommy started crying in his room. Beth called out, "Daddy!" "Stay here," I told Margaret as I grabbed my shotgun from under the bed. I checked on the children first. Tommy was sitting up in his bed, tears streaming down his face. Beth stood in her doorway, her eyes wide with fear. "There's someone upstairs, Daddy," she said. "It's just the wind, sweetheart," I lied. "Go back to bed." After settling them, I cautiously made my way to the pull-down attic stairs in the hallway. The thumping had stopped, but that uneasy silence was almost worse. I pulled the cord, and the ladder unfolded with a creak that seemed to echo through the entire house. Pointing my flashlight up with one hand and holding my shotgun in the other, I climbed the steps. The attic was empty, just dusty floorboards and a few old trunks left by previous owners. No signs of entry, no broken windows, nothing that could explain the footsteps or that growl. But it was cold up there. Cold in a way that didn't make sense for a warm autumn night in Australia. I returned to our bedroom to find Margaret sitting up, hugging her knees to her chest. "There's nothing up there," I said. "I don't like this house, George," she replied. "Something feels wrong." "It's just an old place with old noises," I assured her, though I didn't believe it myself. The next morning I found the kitchen door standing wide open. I knew I'd locked it the night before. 3 weeks into our stay, things escalated. We were eating dinner when we heard a crash from the living room. I rushed in to find a heavy brass lamp lying in the middle of the floor, a good 6 feet from the side table where it had stood. "Must have been balanced poorly," I muttered, setting it back in place. No sooner had I returned to the table than we heard another crash. The same lamp now lay shattered against the far wall, as if thrown with tremendous force. Beth screamed. Tommy began to cry. "Kids, go to your rooms," Margaret said, her voice shaking. After they left, she turned to me. "George, that didn't just fall." I nodded, my mouth dry. "I know." That night, it rained, or so we thought at first. The sound on the tin roof started as a light patter but grew to a deafening roar within minutes. I stepped onto the porch expecting a downpour, but found clear star-filled skies overhead. Yet the sound continued, a constant hammering din on our roof. I walked around the house, puzzled, until something small and hard hit my shoulder. I picked it up, a pebble. Then another struck my arm, and another. I looked up. Hundreds of small stones were falling onto our roof from nowhere, bouncing off the tin and scattering across the yard. There was no wind, no storm, just an impossible rain of pebbles pounding our home. I rushed inside. "Get the kids. We're leaving." "What's happening?" Margaret asked, her face pale. "I don't know, but we're not staying here tonight." We spent that night at the Woodenville Inn. The innkeeper, an older man named Miller, didn't seem surprised when we arrived at his door near midnight, children in tow and terror in our eyes. "The old Blackwood place giving you troubles?" he asked as he handed me the room key. I nodded. He sighed. "Figured as much. Nobody lasts long there." "What do you mean?" Miller glanced around as if checking who might be listening, then leaned closer. "That land's claimed, Mr. Knott. Been that way since before white men came here. The Aboriginals know better than to go near it." "Claimed by what?" I demanded. He shook his head. "Don't rightly know, but I'd find another place to live if I were you." We returned home the next morning. The yard was littered with pebbles, thousands of them. I spent hours sweeping them away, trying to convince myself there was a rational explanation, a freak dust devil perhaps, or some strange meteorological phenomenon. But I knew better. Something wanted us gone. A month into our ordeal, I discovered the footprints again, this time in the soft ground right beneath our bedroom window. Massive, deep impressions that could only have been made by something extraordinarily heavy. They were more defined than before, with clear toe marks and what looked like claws. I followed them around to the back of the house where they stopped at the kitchen door, the same door that kept opening on its own. That evening, I reinforced every door and window in the house. I nailed boards across the attic access. I loaded my shotgun and kept it by my side. Margaret watched me with worried eyes, but said nothing. She'd seen enough by now to know this wasn't my imagination. We put the children to bed early and sat in the kitchen, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. Around 10 o'clock the pebbles started again, rat-tat-tat against the roof, like machine gun fire. "George," Margaret whispered, clutching my hand. Then came the footsteps, not in the attic this time, but on the front porch. Heavy, deliberate steps that made the entire house tremble. Something large was circling our home, testing its boundaries. A low growl emanated from just outside the kitchen door. The handle turned, but the lock held. Whatever was out there became agitated. The door shuddered as something massive slammed against it, once, twice. On the third impact, the hinges began to pull from the frame. "Get the children," I said to Margaret, raising my shotgun. "Go out the front and run for the truck." She nodded, tears streaming down her face, and hurried to the kids' rooms. The kitchen door burst inward with a splintering crash. In the doorway stood a shadow darker than the night behind it, massive, at least 8 feet tall. The stench hit me first, a foul, musky odor like wet fur and rotting meat. As my eyes adjusted, I made out a hulking, hair-covered form with unnaturally long arms that nearly touched the floor. I fired my shotgun. The blast kicked me back and filled the kitchen with smoke and the smell of gunpowder. When it cleared, the doorway was empty. I heard Margaret scream from the children's rooms. I ran through the house, shotgun ready. The hallway was dark, the electric lights we'd installed now dead. Using the flashlight, I found Margaret in Beth's room, pressed against the wall. The window was shattered inward, glass covering the floor. Beth's bed was empty. "It took her," Margaret screamed. "It reached in and grabbed her." I ran to the window and shined my light into the yard. There, at the edge of the bush, I caught a glimpse of it, the creature retreating into the trees with a struggling bundle under its arm. "Beth!" I shouted, and vaulted through the broken window, cutting my hands and legs on the remaining glass. I hit the ground running and charged after them into the darkness. The creature was fast despite its size, crashing through the underbrush ahead of me. I could hear Beth crying, "Daddy, help!" I fired another shot in their direction, careful to aim high. The creature roared, a sound no human or animal I'd ever heard could make. It stopped and turned toward me, its eyes reflecting my flashlight like a cat's. 2 glowing yellow orbs in the darkness. For a moment, we stared at each other. I saw it clearly then, the massive ape-like body covered in coarse brown hair, the unnaturally long arms, the face that was almost human, but horribly wrong. It bared teeth like yellow daggers. Beth squirmed in its grasp. "Daddy!" I raised my shotgun. "Let her go." The creature tilted its head as if considering. Then it did something that chilled my blood. It smiled, a deliberate, knowing expression that had no place on something not human. It dropped Beth roughly to the ground and backed away, those yellow eyes never leaving mine. Then it turned and melted into the darkness of the bush. I grabbed Beth and ran back to the house. Margaret stood in the yard with Tommy in her arms. We piled into the truck and drove straight to the inn in Burrenbank, not stopping even to grab clothes or possessions. We never went back to that house. I returned once, in daylight, with 3 men from town, to retrieve our essential belongings. The place was a wreck. Furniture overturned, doors hanging from broken hinges, claw marks gouged deep into the walls. In the soft earth of the yard were dozens of those massive footprints, circling the house like a predator marking its territory. Miller, the innkeeper, helped us find a new place in town. When I asked him about the creature, he just shook his head. "Some things were here long before us," he said, "and they don't take kindly to being disturbed. That was 7 years ago. We still live in Burrenbank, though we're planning to move back to America soon. The mining work dried up, but I found employment at the lumber mill. The children have recovered well enough, though Beth still wakes screaming some nights. Our old property remains abandoned. No one will buy it, not even at a fraction of what we paid. Locals call it the Knot House now, and parents use it to frighten children into behaving. Be good, or the thing from the knot place will get you. I've heard stories from farmers whose land borders the property. They speak of missing livestock, strange howls in the night, and those distinctive footprints appearing after rainstorms. Last month, a group of teenagers decided to spend the night there on a dare. They fled before midnight, hysterical, talking about pebbles raining from clear skies and something massive watching them from the trees. One boy, braver or more foolish than the rest, managed to snap a photograph before they ran. When developed, it showed only the dilapidated house against the night sky, except for a pair of glowing eyes in an upstairs window. Eyes I recognized. I burned the photograph. Sometimes on quiet nights when the wind blows from that direction, I hear it. A distant thumping, like heavy footsteps on a tin roof. Margaret says it's just my imagination, but she closes the windows anyway. The land remains claimed. And sometimes I feel those yellow eyes watching, even here in town, waiting, reminding me that we were the intruders, not it, and that some territories are marked not by fences or deeds, but by something far older and more primal. Some nights, I check on Beth as she sleeps. I've installed 3 locks on her bedroom window, though we're miles from the old house now. It's probably unnecessary, but I still remember the smile on that thing's face as it let her go. It wasn't mercy that made it release my daughter that night. It was a promise that it wasn't finished with us. A promise I pray it never keeps. Story 10. I ain't much for telling stories. Most folks don't believe me anyway, so I've kept this one locked up tight for near 70 years now. But I reckon time's getting short for me, and some truths need telling before they're lost. My name's Frank Hollis. Back in 1955, I was 18 years old, living in young New South Wales. Not much to do in those days except work and hunt, and hunting's what got me into this mess. It was early October, warm enough that we were all in short sleeves, but not so hot you couldn't stand being outside all day. Me and 3 buddies, Ray Downing, Clyde Parker and Eddie Walsh, headed out to the Carmichael property to hunt rabbits. Old Jim Carmichael had been complaining about the rabbits tearing up his vegetable patches, so he was glad to have us boys come through and thin them out a bit. The Carmichael farm sat at the base of the hilltop range, with about 300 acres of cleared grazing land that gradually sloped up to meet dense bushland. The forest there was old, real old. Thick eucalyptus, stringy bark and wattle, so dense in places you couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. Some of the old-timers said those hills had places that white men hadn't properly explored yet. I used to think that was just talk. We arrived around 7 that morning, our .22 rifles slung over our shoulders. Jim's wife Dottie fixed us some breakfast, and Jim told us where he'd been seeing the most rabbit activity. "Stay clear of the upper ridge," Jim warned, pointing to where the cleared land met the dense forest. "Nasty drop on the other side, and the brush is too thick for decent hunting anyway." We thanked the Carmichaels and headed out, spreading across the property in a loose line. Ray and Eddie were whooping it up, taking shots at anything that moved in the grass. Clyde was the serious one, methodical in his hunting. Me, I was somewhere in between, enjoying the day but keeping my eyes open for a clean shot. By midday, we'd bagged about a dozen rabbits between us. We'd worked our way up toward the forest line, despite Jim's warning. The rabbits seemed to be using the edge of the woods as cover, darting in and out of the tree line. I remember everything about that moment with perfect clarity. The smell of eucalyptus in the warm air, the way the light dappled through the canopy, the sound of Clyde yelling at Eddie for nearly shooting in his direction, the weight of my rifle in my hands. I was about 10 yards from the tree line, squinting against the glare where sunlight hit the open field. Something brown moved at the edge of my vision. Thought it was a roo at first, so I turned slowly, bringing my rifle up into a ready position. That's when I saw it. About 15 meters into the forest, partially hidden by a stringy bark trunk, stood something I couldn't make sense of. My brain tried to categorize it. A bear. We don't have bears in Australia. A very large monkey, too big, too upright. It was covered in reddish-brown hair, standing on two legs like a man would, but not quite like any man I'd ever seen. 5 feet tall, maybe a bit more. It was holding a branch with one hand, using the other to strip leaves off and put them in its mouth. What stopped me cold were its eyes. Brown eyes. Human-like eyes. They locked onto mine with an intelligence that froze me where I stood. Those eyes knew I was there, knew what I was, understood me in a way that went beyond animal instinct. Its face was almost human, framed by that reddish-brown hair, but the proportions were wrong. The head seemed too large and round for the body, sitting directly on broad shoulders with almost no neck. The arms were long, too long, hanging down past where knees would be on a person. I don't know how long we stood there staring at each other. Could have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Time seemed to stop. My finger hovered near the trigger of my rifle, but I never thought about shooting. Not once. It wouldn't have been right. This wasn't a rabbit or a roo. This was something different. "Frank, you see something?" Ray called out from about 30 yards to my right. I didn't answer. Couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. A shot rang out, Clyde taking down a rabbit about 50 yards away. The creature didn't flinch, didn't even blink at the sound of gunfire. It just kept watching me, chewing on those leaves, completely unafraid. "Frank! What the hell you staring at?" Ray was walking toward me now. I glanced away for just a second, holding up my hand to wave Ray off. When I looked back, the creature was gone. No sound, no movement of branches, no footfalls, just gone, like it had never been there at all. "What's got into you?" Ray asked, coming up beside me. "You looked like you seen a ghost." "Nothing," I managed to say. "Thought I saw something in the trees, probably just a roo." Ray squinted into the forest. "Don't see nothing now." "Yeah, must have moved on." But I kept staring into those trees, hoping and fearing I might catch another glimpse. Nothing moved except the leaves in the breeze. We finished our hunt around 4 that afternoon and headed back to the Carmichael farmhouse with our catch. Jim was sitting on his porch, smoking a pipe and drinking tea. "How'd you boys make out?" he asked as we approached. Clyde held up our string of rabbits. 22. Would have been more if Frank hadn't been daydreaming half the day. Jim's eyes shifted to me. "That right, Frank? Something catch your attention out there?" I shrugged, trying to seem casual. "Just taking in the scenery." "He was staring into those woods for a good 5 minutes," Ray said, "like he was hypnotized or something." Jim's pipe stopped halfway to his mouth. His eyes narrowed as he looked at me. "Where exactly were you boys hunting?" "Up near the forest line," Eddie said. "That's where all the rabbits were heading." Jim nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "Frank, help me get some drinks for you boys." I followed Jim into the kitchen. He closed the door behind us and turned to face me. "What did you see out there, son?" His voice was quiet, serious. I hesitated. "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do." Jim's weathered face was tight. "Was it up in the trees or on the ground?" My heart hammered in my chest. "On the ground, standing upright." Jim let out a long breath. "How tall?" "Maybe 5 feet. Covered in brown hair, eating leaves." Jim nodded. "And the eyes?" I swallowed hard. "Brown, smart. It was watching me." A look passed between us then. Not just understanding, but recognition. Jim had seen it too. "How long have you known about it?" I asked. Jim turned away, filling glasses with lemonade from a pitcher. "First time I saw one was 1932. I was about your age, clearing that upper section for grazing. Thought I was losing my mind." "One? There's more than one." Jim handed me the tray of drinks. "We don't talk about it, not to outsiders, not even much among ourselves. Some things are better left alone, Frank." "But what are they?" "I don't know," Jim said firmly. "And I don't want to know. They keep to themselves up there, and we keep to ourselves down here. That's the way it's been, and that's the way it stays." When we returned to the porch, the other boys were cleaning the rabbits. No one mentioned my strange behavior again, but I felt different, set apart by what I'd seen. 6 months later, I left Young for good. Told everyone it was for work in Sydney, which wasn't a lie exactly. But the real reason was those eyes. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I went near the forest. Sometimes, even in town, I'd catch movement at the corner of my eye and whip around, half expecting to see that creature. It never was, of course, but the feeling haunted me. The summer after I moved to Sydney, I went to the State Library and spent days looking through books on Australian wildlife and Aboriginal folklore. Nothing matched exactly what I'd seen, though some of the stories about hairy men in the bush made my skin crawl with their similarities. In 1963, I read a newspaper article about strange footprints found in the Himalayas. They called the creature a yeti. Later, Americans started talking about something called Bigfoot. The descriptions were similar enough to what I'd seen to make me wonder if these things existed all over the world, hiding just out of sight. I went back to Young just once in 1970 for Jim Carmichael's funeral. After the service, Dottie pulled me aside and handed me a small wooden box. "Jim wanted you to have this," she said. "Don't open it here." Later, in my hotel room, I opened the box. Inside was a small leather pouch containing what looked like a large, thick fingernail or claw, dark brown and curved. A note in Jim's handwriting read simply, "Found this on the property line, 1958. Thought you might want proof you weren't crazy." I've kept that claw for over 50 years now. Never showed it to anyone. Never sent it to a university or museum. Some things are better left alone, just like Jim said. But I never stopped thinking about those eyes. The intelligence in them, the recognition. It knew what I was, and it let me see it. Why? That's the question that's followed me through decades. Why show itself to me? Last year, my granddaughter Jenny came to visit me in the nursing home. She's studying biology at university and told me about DNA testing and how scientists can identify species from just a small sample of tissue. She showed me articles on her phone about new species being discovered every year in remote places. I thought about Jim's box, sitting in my storage locker all these years. I thought about those eyes. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Jenny asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I shook my head, just remembering something from a long time ago. "What is it?" "A story for another day," I told her. "But I'm not sure there will be many more days for me. Sometimes I wonder if that creature is still out there, or its children or grandchildren, still watching from the edge of the forest as the world changes around it, still intelligent enough to stay hidden, to stay safe. And sometimes, in those moments between sleep and waking, I can still feel those eyes on me. Brown eyes, human-like eyes, watching, waiting, knowing something I don't. I never went back to those woods, never wanted to, but part of me has never left them either. Story 11. The snow wasn't supposed to come this early in June, not even in the New South Wales mountains. Frank and I had planned for cold, but not this. A good 3 inches of powder covering our campsite overnight. I woke first, my breath clouding in front of my face inside the tent. The canvas above me sagged with the weight of snow. "Frank," I whispered, nudging my buddy's sleeping bag. "Frank, wake up." He groaned, pulling the bag tighter around his shoulders. "What time is it?" "Just after dawn. Something's not right." That got him moving. Frank Sinclair didn't scare easy. Neither of us did. We'd been camping these mountains since we were teenagers, but when I unzipped the tent flap and looked out, the hairs on my neck stood straight up. Tracks, big ones, not kangaroo, not wombat, not anything I recognized. They circled our campsite, a complete loop around our tent, the fire pit, and our gear. "Jesus Christ," Frank muttered, crouching beside me. "What made those?" The impressions were deep in the fresh snow, at least 16 inches long. Man-like but wider, with 5 distinct toe marks. "Something heavy," I said, my mouth going dry. "Something walking on 2 legs. Then the smell hit us, like wet dog mixed with rotting meat. Powerful enough to make my eyes water. "You smell that?" I asked. Frank nodded, suddenly alert. "Ron, we need to pack up. Now." We didn't speak much as we hurriedly rolled sleeping bags and collapsed the tent. The whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every few seconds, I'd stop and scan the tree line, seeing nothing but still feeling something. The snow-laden branches stayed still. No birds sang, just silence and that awful stench hanging in the cold air. "The tracks come from the North Ridge," Frank said, pointing, "and head back that way. If we go south down the mountain, we should be fine." I nodded, shouldering my pack. "Let's move." We didn't bother with breakfast, didn't even make coffee, just strapped on our packs and started hiking south, moving as fast as the snow and our gear would allow. The tracks hadn't gone that way, which seemed reason enough to choose that direction. For about 20 minutes, we hiked in silence, pushing through thick scrub. The snow made everything harder, slippery rocks, hidden holes. One wrong step could mean a broken ankle, and out here that was serious trouble. "You think it was a person?" Frank finally asked. "Maybe someone messing with us?" I shook my head. No way those were human tracks, too big, and that smell. "Yeah," he said, "the smell." We fell silent again as we navigated a particularly dense patch of underbrush. The snow was lighter here under the canopy, but the going was still tough. I checked my compass, making sure we were still heading south. That's when Frank froze. His hand shot out, grabbing my jacket sleeve. "Ron," he whispered, "don't move." I followed his gaze and felt my blood turn as cold as the snow beneath our boots. There, between the trees about 40 yards ahead, stood something. In that first moment, my brain tried to make it make sense. A bear standing upright, maybe. But we didn't have bears in Australia. A very tall man in a coat. But it was too broad, too wrong. It was huge, had to be at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark, matted hair, standing perfectly still on 2 legs, watching us. Its breath made clouds in the cold air, just like ours. The shape was unmistakably humanoid. A head, broad shoulders, long arms that hung down past its knees. Against the white snow, its dark silhouette was impossible to miss or mistake, and it was looking right at us. I couldn't make out its eyes from this distance, but I felt its gaze like a physical weight. "Don't move," Frank repeated, his voice barely audible. For what felt like hours, but must have been only seconds, we stood frozen in mutual observation. My heart hammered so hard I was certain the creature could hear it. The stench was stronger now, washing over us in waves. Then, without warning, it moved. For something so large, its speed was shocking. One moment it stood there watching us, the next it simply vanished into the dense underbrush, moving with a speed and silence that seemed impossible for its size. Just a rustle of branches, a flash of dark movement, and it was gone. "Holy shit," I breathed, suddenly aware I'd been holding my breath. "Did you see that?" Frank's face had drained of all color. "We need to get out of here, now." We practically ran down the mountain after that, stumbling and sliding through the snow, no longer caring about the noise we made. Every few minutes we'd stop and listen, expecting to hear heavy footsteps crashing through the forest behind us, but there was nothing, just the sound of our own labored breathing and the occasional chunk of snow falling from a branch. It took us 4 hours to reach the road where we'd left Frank's truck. Normally the hike down would have taken 6 or 7, but fear is a powerful motivator. We threw our gear in the back and peeled out, the tires spinning on the slushy road before finding traction. "What the hell was that thing?" Frank finally asked when we were safely on the main road back to town. "I don't know," I admitted. "But it wasn't human." "Bigfoot?" Frank suggested. attempting a laugh that came out more like a croak. "Wrong country," I said, though the comparison had crossed my mind too. Well, it was something big. We drove in silence for a while, both of us processing what we'd seen. The rational part of my brain kept trying to find explanations. A very tall man playing a prank, a known animal standing in a weird way that made it look bipedal, a hallucination caused by carbon monoxide from our campfire. But I knew what I'd seen, what we'd both seen. We didn't plan to tell anyone. Who would believe us? Two grown men claiming they saw some kind of giant hairy man creature in the mountains. We'd be laughed out of town. But 3 beers into the evening at the Black Stump, our local pub, Frank let it slip to Joe Miller, the bartender. "Saw something strange up on the mountain today," he said, his voice low. Joe leaned in, always eager for gossip. "Yeah? What kind of strange?" Frank looked at me and I nodded slightly. Might as well get it out. "Some kind of creature," Frank said. "Big as a bear, walking on 2 legs, covered in hair." Joe's eyebrows shot up. "You boys been drinking before you came in?" "We're serious," I said. "It was watching us, left tracks all around our campsite. We saw it plain as day, standing there looking at us." Joe studied our faces, seeming to realize we weren't joking. "You boys should talk to old Thomas," he said finally. "The Aboriginal fella who fixes cars out on Route 7? Frank asked. Joe nodded. "His people have stories about those mountains. Won't go up there themselves. Say it's bad country." Against my better judgment, we found ourselves driving out to old Thomas's place the next day. He lived in a small house behind his auto shop, and we found him sitting on his porch despite the cold, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette. "Mr. Thomas," I said as we approached, "Joe Miller said we should talk to you." The old man squinted at us, his weathered face creasing further. "What about?" "We saw something up in the mountains," Frank said. "Something not normal." Old Thomas took a long drag from his cigarette, studying us carefully. "Sit down," he finally said, gesturing to the steps. We told him everything, the tracks, the smell, the creature itself. Throughout our story he remained silent, occasionally nodding. "My grandfather called them Doulagal," he said when we finished. "The mountain people. Very old, very powerful spirits. Not men, not animals. Something else." "You believe they're real?" I asked. "Real as you and me," he said simply. "My people don't go to those mountains. Not for hundreds of years. That's their place." "Have you ever seen one?" Frank asked. Old Thomas shook his head. "No, but my uncle did when I was a boy. Never went back to the bush after that. Said they don't like people in their territory. Sometimes they warn you, sometimes they do worse." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the weather. "Worse how?" "People go missing," he said with a shrug. "Hunters, hikers, every few years. The white authorities blame exposure, accidents. My people know better." We left old Thomas's place with more questions than answers, but one thing was certain. We weren't the first to see whatever lived in those mountains. News travels fast in a small town. Within days, everyone knew about our encounter. Most people laughed it off. A few believed us. The local paper even ran a small story. "Local men claim Bigfoot sighting in state forest." I hated the attention. Frank seemed to enjoy it at first, but even he grew tired of the jokes, the skeptical looks, the constant questions. "Just drop it," he snapped at Bill Carson, who'd been needling us about it at the pub for the 3rd night in a row. We saw what we saw. Believe it or don't. Nights were the worst. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, certain I could smell that awful stench in my bedroom. In my dreams, the creature wasn't content to just watch. It chased us, caught us, did things I couldn't bear to remember when I woke up. Frank admitted he was having nightmares too. "I can't stop seeing those eyes," he told me one day. "I couldn't really make them out when we were there, but in my dreams they're yellow, like a cat's but not. Intelligent." 2 weeks after our encounter, A group of college students from Sydney decided to go looking for the New South Wales Yowie, as they called it. They brought cameras, recording equipment, even plaster to make casts of footprints if they found any. I tried to warn them. If you do find something up there, it won't be like the movies, I told the ringleader, a cocky kid named Mike. That thing is real, and it's dangerous. He just laughed. If it's real, we'll get famous. If not, we'll have a good camping trip. Win-win. They came back 2 days later, earlier than planned. No footage, no plaster casts, no evidence at all. And they wouldn't talk about why they cut their trip short. Mike, the cocky one, looked like he'd aged 10 years. "Did you see it?" I asked him when I ran into him at the gas station. He just shook his head, not meeting my eyes. "We're catching the first bus back to Sydney," he said. "This town can keep its fucking forests." Frank and I talked about going back ourselves, not to look for the creature, but to try to make sense of what we'd seen, to face our fear. But when it came time to actually pack up and go, neither of us could do it. "I'm not ready," Frank admitted. "Maybe never will be." I nodded, relieved. Me neither. Whatever we'd encountered up in those snowy mountains that June morning, it had marked us somehow, changed us. The certainty that something so impossible, so outside our understanding of the world, could exist just a few miles from where we lived. It was too much to process. Old Thomas told us his people believed the Doulagal were guardians of sorts, protecting the sacred places from human intrusion. "They were here long before us," he said, "and they'll be here long after we're gone." I believe him. Some nights, when the wind blows down from the mountains and the house creaks and settles, I catch myself listening for heavy footsteps in the yard, smelling the air for that distinctive, awful odor. Glancing out the window, half expecting to see a massive silhouette watching me from the edge of the trees. Frank and I don't talk about it much anymore, don't need to. We both know what we saw, what's still out there, moving silently through its domain, watching and waiting. I'll never go back to those mountains, but sometimes I think it might come down to find me. Story 12. I'd never seen eyes reflect red before. Yellow, sure, plenty of times when spotlighting rabbits. But these eyes glowed a deep crimson in my spotlight beam, like hot coals burning through the blackness of that winter night. It was 1971, cold as hell for New South Wales in July. Stan Hunt and I had been hunting partners since high school, and we knew every inch of Wild Cattle Flat Road. That night started like any other. My old Holden pickup bouncing along the rutted dirt road, Stan riding shotgun with the spotlight, scanning the darkness for rabbits. We'd already bagged 4. Not a bad haul. "Hold up, Jim," Stan said suddenly, his voice tight. "Cut the engine." I killed the motor, and the sudden silence pressed against my ears. The spotlight beam had frozen on something at the tree line about 80 yards ahead. "You see that?" Stan whispered. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. "What am I looking at?" "Those eyes. Red eyes." Stan's hand was steady on the spotlight, but I could hear the tension in his voice. Too high off the ground for a roo. Way too high. He was right. Whatever those eyes belonged to, they had to be at least 6 feet off the ground, maybe more. Nothing native to these parts stood that tall. "Probably just some reflection off a tree," I said, but I didn't believe it myself. The eyes blinked. Trees don't blink. "Drive closer," Stan said. I started the engine and eased the truck forward, headlights cutting through the darkness. The red eyes didn't move. As we approached, I could make out a dark silhouette behind a boundary fence, something big, something standing upright. At 30 yards, I stopped again. Stan's knuckles were white around the spotlight handle. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. Now I could see it clearly. A massive form, standing completely upright on 2 legs. It was covered in dark fur, nearly black in our lights, and the fur looked long, maybe 4 to 6 inches. But it was the height that hit me hardest. The thing towered over the fence, which I knew was 5 feet high. This creature had to be over 7 feet tall. "What the hell is that?" I hissed. Stan just shook his head slowly. "Not human! Definitely not human!" The creature hadn't moved. It just stood there, those red eyes fixed on us. Its head seemed to sit directly on its shoulders. No neck, or such a short one you couldn't see it. The head hunched forward slightly, its shoulders sloped down. The proportions were all wrong for a human. My shotgun lay across my lap. Without thinking, I raised it. "Jim, wait!" Stan started. But I'd already fired. The blast echoed across the flat, and I saw the creature jerk. I fired again, aiming for the center mass. The second shot hit it square in the back. What happened next will stay with me until I die. The creature threw its head back and screamed. Not a yell, not a roar, a scream. It started low and built to a pitch that scraped against my eardrums like a knife. It was a sound no human throat could make, wild and ancient and filled with rage. My skin crawled and the hair on my arm stood straight up. Then it raised its arms over its head, a gesture so human it sent a fresh wave of horror through me. Its massive silhouette stretched even taller against the night sky. "Go! Go!" Stan was shouting, slapping the dashboard. I slammed the truck into gear and hit the gas. The tires spun in the dirt before catching, and we tore away down the road. I didn't slow down for curves or potholes. I just drove, hands sweating on the wheel, heart hammering against my ribs. "Did you see that? Did you fucking see that?" Stan kept saying, his voice cracking. I couldn't answer. My mouth had gone bone dry. In the rearview mirror, darkness swallowed the road behind us. No sign of pursuit, but I kept driving anyway. We didn't stop until we reached the main highway, 15 miles from where we'd seen the creature. I pulled onto the shoulder and cut the engine. For a long minute, neither of us spoke. The only sound was our ragged breathing. "What was that thing, Jim?" Stan finally asked. His face looked pale in the dashboard light. "I don't know." My hands were still shaking, but I hit it. I know I hit it. That scream. Stan shuddered. "Never heard anything like that before." "We need to tell someone," I said. "Sheriff, maybe." Stan looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "And say what? We shot Bigfoot. They'll throw us in the nut house." He had a point, but the image of those red eyes wouldn't leave me. "Let's go to my place," I said. "I need a drink." We drove to my small farmhouse in silence. My wife, Margaret, was visiting her sister in Sydney, so we had the place to ourselves. I poured us each a stiff whiskey, and we sat at the kitchen table, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. "Too big for a man," Stan said, staring into his glass, "even with a costume." "And that fur," I added. "It wasn't fake. You could see it move with the wind." "What about escaped zoo animal? Some kind of bear?" I shook my head. "Bears don't stand like that. And they sure as hell don't scream like that." We sat up half the night, drinking and talking in circles. By morning, we'd convinced ourselves to keep quiet. Who'd believe us anyway? But we made a pact, never to go back to Wild Cattle Flat Road after dark. 3 days passed. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those red ones staring back at me. I heard that scream echoing in my head. Margaret came home and noticed something was off, but I brushed away her concerns. On Thursday, I ran into Bill Cooper at the general store. Bill was an elder in the local Aboriginal community, a man in his 70s who'd lived in the area his whole life. We got to talking, and something made me bring up hunting on Wild Cattle Flat. "Not a good place after dark," Bill said, his weathered face serious. "Why's that?" I tried to keep my voice casual. Bill looked at me closely. "You've seen something out there, haven't you?" My stomach knotted. "What makes you say that?" "Got that look about you. Same look my grandfather had when he came back from hunting there in 1902. Bill leaned closer. "What was it, tall creature, red eyes?" The canned goods I was holding nearly slipped from my hands. "How did you know?" "You've disturbed one of the ancient ones," Bill said simply, as if commenting on the weather. "They were here long before us, long before any of us." "What are they?" I whispered. Bill shrugged. "My people don't have a single name for them. They're just the ancient ones. They keep to themselves mostly deep in the forests, but sometimes when people disturb them..." He trailed off. "Are they dangerous?" I asked, thinking of those 2 shotgun blasts I'd fired. "Wouldn't you be dangerous if someone shot at you?" Bill countered. His eyes were knowing, too knowing. I paid for my groceries and left, Bill's words ringing in my ears. That night I called Stan. "We need to go back," I told him. "Are you insane?" Stan's voice cracked over the phone line. "No way I'm going back there. I shot it, Stan. I wounded it. I need to know if..." I couldn't finish the sentence. "If what? If you killed it? What good would knowing do?" He was right, but something pulled at me. Guilt, curiosity, fear. I couldn't name it. "Bill Cooper says they've always been out there. Called them the Ancient Ones." Stan was quiet for a long moment. "You told Cooper?" "Not exactly. He guessed. Said his grandfather saw one too back in 1902. Another long silence. Then Stan sighed. "Fine, tomorrow. But we go in daylight, and we're bringing more guns." The next day dawned crisp and clear. Stan arrived at my place at 9, carrying his hunting rifle and looking like he hadn't slept. Margaret had gone into town for the day, so I left her a note saying Stan and I were checking fence lines. We took my truck, driving in tense silence. Wild Cattle Flat Road looked different in daylight, just a dusty track cutting through scrubland and eucalyptus trees. Hard to believe what we'd seen here just days ago. "There," Stan pointed. "That's where we stopped." I pulled over at the spot. The fence line stood about 30 yards from the road, marking the boundary of Old Man Peterson's property. Beyond it, dense bush stretched toward the distant hills. "Let's check for tracks," I said, grabbing my shotgun from the rack. We crossed the road and approached the fence cautiously. The ground was hard-packed dirt with patches of dry grass. Not ideal for tracking. Still, we searched the area, looking for any sign of the creature or evidence of my shots finding their mark. After 20 minutes, Stan called me over. "Jim! Look at this!" He was crouched by a fence post, pointing at something dark smeared on the wood about 6 feet up. I leaned in closer. It was dried blood. "Could be anything," I said, but my mouth had gone dry. "Kangaroo that jumped the fence and scraped itself." Stan gave me a flat look. 6 feet off the ground. That's one hell of a jump in roo." He was right. The blood was exactly at the height where I would have hit the creature if my second shot went through. "There's more," Stan said, pointing to the ground. Droplets of dried blood made a trail leading away from the fence into the thick bush beyond. Not a lot of blood, just enough to track. "We're not following that," I said firmly. "Agreed," Stan nodded. "But now we know. You hit it." A heavy silence fell between us. I had shot and wounded something that might be injured and suffering, something that might be angry. "Let's go," I said finally. "We've seen enough." We turned back toward the truck. That's when we heard it, a branch snapping in the bush, not far from where the blood trail led. We froze. "Probably just a wallaby," Stan whispered, but he raised his rifle. My eyes scanned the tree line. Nothing moved. The birds had gone quiet. "Back to the truck," I said under my breath. "Slow and steady." We backed away, guns ready, eyes fixed on the bush. 3 steps, 4 steps. The truck was 20 yards behind us. Then I saw a flash of movement between 2 trees, something dark and massive, moving parallel to us just inside the tree line. My finger tightened on the trigger. "There," I hissed, nodding toward the movement. Stan saw it too. We quickened our pace, still backing up, not turning our backs on the bush. 15 yards to the truck. 10. The creature stepped out from between the trees. In the daylight I could see it clearly. It stood over 7 feet tall, its body covered in dark brown fur that moved with the breeze. Its shoulders were massively muscled, hunched forward, as if bearing enormous weight. Its arms hung long past its knees, and its face, God help me, its face was almost human, but not quite. The brow ridge protruded heavily over deep-set eyes that even in daylight seemed to glow reddish. Its nose was flat and wide, its mouth a grim line beneath. It watched us, completely still, except for its chest rising and falling with each breath. I could see a dark stain on its right shoulder, dried blood from my shot. "Jesus Christ," Stan whispered, his rifle trained on the creature. It made no move to approach or flee. It just watched us, those red eyes unblinking. A strange calm washed over me. It could have rushed us. It could have disappeared into the bush. Instead, it chose to show itself. "Lower your gun," I said to Stan, lowering my own shotgun slowly. "Are you crazy?" Stan hissed. "Just do it." Reluctantly, Stan lowered his rifle, keeping it ready at his side. The creature's eyes tracked our movements. "I'm sorry," I said, the words coming out before I could stop them. "I shouldn't have shot you." The creature's head tilted slightly, a movement so human it sent a chill down my spine. Did it understand? For 10 seconds, maybe 15, we stood in this bizarre standoff. Then, without a sound, the creature turned and walked back into the bush. Not running, not hiding, just walking deliberately, its massive form disappearing among the trees. Stan let out a shaky breath. "Holy shit!" I realized I'd been holding my breath too. "Yeah." We backed all the way to the truck, climbed in, and sat there for a long moment, processing what had just happened. "It could have torn us apart," Stan said finally. "Why didn't it?" I had no answer, but I remembered Bill Cooper's words. They were here long before us. "We need to leave it alone," I said. "This is its territory. Has been for who knows how long. We're the intruders here." Stan nodded slowly. "Think anybody would believe us if we told them?" I started the engine. "No, and maybe that's for the best." That was 50 years ago. Stan and I never went back to Wild Cattle Flat Road to hunt. Never told anyone the full story either, except once when we were drunk at Stan's retirement party. People laughed it off as old hunters' tales. Stan passed 5 years back. Cancer got him. Before he died, he made me promise to write it all down someday, just so there'd be a record. So that's what I'm doing now. I've read about similar creatures spotted across Australia over the years. Different names in different regions. Yowie, Yahoos, Quinkins. The Aboriginal people have known about them for thousands of years. Scientists dismiss the sightings. I don't blame them. I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, that creature with the red eyes. Still walking the forests of New South Wales, avoiding humans, living a life we know nothing about. I wonder if it remembers the man who shot it, then apologized. I hope it does. I hope it understands that some of us can learn from our mistakes, that some of us know when to back away and leave well enough alone. The ancient ones were here first, after all. This was their land, long before it was ours, and maybe, long after we're gone, it will be theirs again. Story 13. My truck's headlights cut through the darkness as I turned onto River Road. The clock on the dashboard read 10:37 p.m. It was May 1998, and Corona was changing fast. Housing developments were sprouting up everywhere, bulldozing the orange and avocado groves that had defined this place for generations. "Turn here," Aaron said, pointing to a dirt road that disappeared into a cluster of trees. I spun the wheel, and my '87 Ford F-150 bounced over the uneven ground. Mark held onto the door handle in the back seat. "You sure this is legal?" Mark asked. Aaron snorted. "Since when do you care about legal?" I killed the headlights as we approached the chain-link fence marked with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. No trespassing signs. The construction site sprawled before us, silent machines looming like sleeping giants in the moonlight. "There it is," Aaron said, pointing to a section of fence where someone had cut a hole, just big enough for us to squeeze through. I was 17 then, with nothing better to do on a Friday night than explore places we shouldn't. Aaron and Mark were the same, restless kids from a town that was disappearing around us. We parked behind a stack of concrete drainage pipes and grabbed our flashlights. The night air smelled of dust and diesel fuel. "If we get caught, my dad will kill me," I said, but I was already following Aaron through the gap in the fence. The construction site was for a new flood control system. Massive earth movers had carved deep channels into the soil, and partially installed storm drains gaped like black mouths in the hillside. "Check it out," Aaron whispered, shining his light on one of the larger tunnel openings. "Let's go in." The tunnel was wide enough to walk through standing up, though I had to duck slightly. Our footsteps echoed against the concrete, and the air grew cooler the deeper we went. "This is kind of lame," Mark said after we'd walked about 100 yards. He was right. It was just a concrete tube. No hidden treasures, no secret government experiments, just infrastructure. "Let's head back," I suggested. "Maybe check out the area near the foothills." We retraced our steps, emerging from the tunnel to find the night unchanged. The mountains that separated Corona from Orange County were just dark shapes against the star-filled sky. We climbed back through the fence and piled into my truck. I started the engine, but kept the lights off as we rolled slowly through the construction site toward the exit. That's when I saw it. The Honda Civic parked at the dead end of a dirt access road. Two silhouettes in the front seats. "Hey," Aaron said, nudging me. "Look." "I see it." "Let's check it out," Mark suggested from the back seat. "Probably just some kids making out." I turned toward the car, still keeping my headlights off. As we got closer, about 100 yards away, I noticed something else, a dark shape crouched behind the Honda. "What's that?" I asked, squinting through the windshield. Aaron leaned forward. "I don't know." "Pull closer." I eased the truck forward. 75 yards, 60 yards, 50 yards. "Stop," Aaron said suddenly. He reached for the spotlight mounted on the side of my truck, a leftover from when my dad used it for hunting trips. He clicked it on and aimed the powerful beam at the Honda. The light hit the car first, illuminating two girls inside who suddenly looked toward us, startled. Then Aaron swung the beam slightly to the right, catching the crouched figure behind the vehicle. And that's when everything changed. The thing, I can't call it a person, straightened up and turned toward us. It was jet black, like it was cut from the night itself. 8, maybe 9 feet tall, with a build like an Olympic athlete. Not bulky, but powerful. Defined. "What the fuck is that?" Mark whispered from the back seat. The spotlight beam seemed to disappear into its surface. Not reflect, not illuminate, just vanish, like the light was being absorbed. I could make out a vague face, but no features, just darkness. "Go," Aaron said. "Go closer." My hands were shaking, but I pressed the gas pedal. The truck lurched forward. The creature, that's the only word I have for it, stood to its full height. It moved with a fluid grace that nothing that size should possess. Then it turned and took 2 long strides toward the barbed wire fence at the edge of the construction site, and it disappeared. Not climbed over, not ducked under. It was there, and then it wasn't. "Holy shit!" Aaron yelled, swinging the spotlight wildly across the fence line. "Where did it go?" The girls in the Honda had seen it too. Their engine roared to life and they peeled out, kicking up dust as they sped away. I slammed on the brakes and we all piled out, Aaron still clutching the spotlight. We ran to where the creature had vanished. "There's no way it could have cleared that fence," Mark said, his voice cracking. "It's 8 feet high with barbed wire on top." I swept my flashlight across the ground. No footprints, no bent grass, nothing. "Maybe it's on the other side," Aaron suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. We spent 30 minutes searching, checking the fence for damage. looking for any sign of passage. There was nothing. "We need to go," I finally said. My mouth was dry and my heart wouldn't stop hammering against my ribs. No one argued. We drove back to my house in silence, the radio off, each of us lost in our thoughts. When we pulled into my driveway, it was almost 1 a.m. To my surprise, the kitchen light was still on. My dad was up. "We need to tell him," I said. Dad had been a hunting guide in Wyoming before we moved to California. He'd spent more time in the wilderness than anyone I knew. If anyone would have an explanation, it would be him. We found him at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and his reading glasses, going over bills. "You boys are back early," he said, checking his watch. "Dad, we saw something," I blurted out. "Something, I don't know what." His expression changed. He removed his glasses and set them on the table. "Sit down, all of you." We spilled the whole story. The construction site, the Honda with the girls, the black figure, how it vanished. Dad didn't interrupt once. He didn't smile or give us that look adults give when they think kids are exaggerating. He just listened, his face growing more serious with each detail. When we finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "You boys went somewhere you shouldn't have been," he finally said. Not angry, just stating a fact. "And you saw something you weren't meant to see." "What was it?" Aaron asked. Dad ran a hand over his face. "I don't know exactly, but I've heard stories. From old-timers in Wyoming, from Shoshone elders." He leaned forward. "There are things in this world that exist just beyond what we can understand. Things that slip through what some folks call the veil." "Like a ghost?" Mark asked. Dad shook his head. "No, not a ghost. Something else. Something that was never human to begin with." A chill ran up my spine. "Listen to me," Dad continued, his voice low and urgent. "Don't go back there, not at night, not ever, and don't tell people what you saw. They won't believe you, and it'll only cause you trouble." We nodded, too shaken to argue. "Get some sleep," Dad said, standing up. "And Jason," he put a hand on my shoulder, "lock your window tonight." I didn't sleep well that night, or for many nights after. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure turning toward our spotlight, absorbing the light like a black hole. At school on Monday, we tried telling a couple of our friends what we'd seen. The reactions were exactly what my dad had predicted. Laughter, eye rolls. One guy suggested we'd been smoking something stronger than cigarettes. After lunch, I overheard two girls talking about weird guys with a spotlight who'd scared them at the construction site. It had to be the girls from the Honda. I wanted to approach them, to ask if they'd seen what we saw, but something held me back. Maybe it was the memory of my dad's warning. Maybe it was fear of what they might say. So we stopped talking about it. We made a pact, Aaron, Mark and me, to keep it between us. But that didn't mean we forgot. For weeks after, I avoided driving past that construction site. I took longer routes home. I made excuses not to go out at night, and when I did have to drive after dark, my eyes constantly darted to the shadows between streetlights. Summer came, and the incident began to feel distant, like something from a movie we'd all watched, rather than something we'd lived through. We still talked about it sometimes, just the three of us, comparing details to make sure we hadn't imagined it all. Then came the 4th of July weekend. My parents were out of town visiting my aunt in San Diego, and I had the house to myself. Aaron and Mark came over, along with a few other friends. We grilled burgers, played video games, and eventually someone suggested we drive up to Santiago Peak to watch fireworks from above the city. It seemed like a good idea at the time. 6 of us piled into 2 vehicles, my truck and Aaron's Jeep, and headed toward the mountains as the sun was setting. The road up to Santiago Peak winds through Cleveland National Forest. It's mostly dirt, with washboard sections that rattle your teeth and drop-offs that make your stomach lurch. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped, and the forest closed in around us. We found a spot with a view of the valley below. Corona's light spread out like spilled glitter, with darker gaps where the remaining groves stood. In the distance, the first fireworks were already bursting over Disneyland. It should have been perfect. But as we sat on the tailgate of my truck, drinking sodas and waiting for Corona's fireworks to start, I felt it. A prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like we were being watched. I turned toward the tree line, squinting into the darkness. "You okay?" Aaron asked. "Yeah," I lied. "Just thought I heard something." But the feeling wouldn't go away. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something emerge from between the trees. The Corona fireworks started around 9 p.m., bright bursts of color rising above the city. Everyone was focused on the display, pointing and laughing. Everyone except me. I noticed it just as a particularly bright explosion lit up the sky. A tall, dark figure standing at the edge of the clearing, partially hidden by a pine tree. The same impossible black silhouette from the construction site. My body went cold. "Aaron," I whispered, grabbing his arm. "What? Don't turn around suddenly, but it's here. What's here?" His voice changed as realization dawned. "No way. By the big pine, left side of the clearing." Aaron slowly turned his head. I saw his expression shift, his face draining of color. "Holy shit," he breathed. "What are you guys looking at?" one of our other friends asked. The next firework burst overhead, bathing everything in red light. The creature stepped fully into the clearing. In that brief illumination, I saw it clearly, the same athletic build, the same light-absorbing darkness. But this time I caught a glimpse of its face. No features I could describe, just indentations where eyes should be, darker than the rest of it. "We need to go," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Now." "But the fireworks?" someone protested. "Now," Aaron echoed, already moving toward his jeep. Another explosion of light, and the creature was closer, moving with that same fluid grace that defied its size. Everyone saw it then. There was a moment of confused silence, followed by panicked movement. People scrambling for the vehicles, dropping drinks, tripping over each other. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip them. The creature was 30 yards away now, 20. My truck roared to life. Aaron's Jeep was already turning around, tires spitting dirt and gravel. I slammed the gear shift into reverse, then drive, and peeled out of the clearing. In my rearview mirror, I saw the creature standing in the middle of our abandoned picnic spot. It didn't chase us. It didn't need to. It had made its point. The ride down the mountain was a blur of terror and adrenaline. No one spoke until we reached the main road, and even then, it was just fragments. "Did you see? What the hell was... How did it find..." We ended up at a Denny's off the 91 freeway, huddled in a booth, speaking in hushed voices. Our other friends were shaken but skeptical, already reconstructing the experience into something more rational. A bear, maybe, a homeless person, a trick of the light and their own imaginations. But Aaron and I knew better, and so did Mark, who had seen enough from Aaron's Jeep to recognize what it was. That night, I broke my dad's rule and told the others everything about the construction site, about what my dad had said regarding the veil. Some believed me, most didn't. By the end of summer, the whole incident had become a joke among our wider friend group. "Watch out for Jason's shadow monster," they'd say when we were out at night. But I wasn't laughing. Neither were Aaron and Mark. We knew what we'd seen, and we knew it had appeared twice now, once at a location being dramatically altered by human development, and once in a wild place looking down on that development. I graduated high school the following year and enrolled at Riverside Community College. Aaron went to UCLA, and Mark joined the Marines. We stayed in touch, but our friendship wasn't the same. Not because we didn't care about each other, but because we shared something we couldn't explain or escape. I told myself I was done with the creature, that I'd never see it again. That whatever window or door or tear in the veil had allowed it to cross into our world had closed. I was wrong. The third and final time I saw it was in 2001, 3 years after the first encounter. I was driving home from my night class at RCC, taking the back roads through what remained of the groves. New housing developments had replaced most of the orchards by then, with street names like Orange Blossom Lane and Avocado Heights, serving as the only reminders of what had been there before. It was raining, a rare autumn downpour that turned the roads slick and reduced visibility to just a few yards beyond my headlights. I had the radio on low, some late-night DJ talking about the changes happening in the world after 9/11. I almost didn't see it. A dark shape standing in the middle of the road, rain seeming to fall through it rather than on it. I slammed on the brakes, my truck fish-tailed, tires struggling for grip on the wet asphalt. I came to a stop just feet from the figure. It was the creature, taller than my truck, black as a starless night, standing perfectly still as my headlights shone directly on it. For what felt like an eternity, neither of us moved. My windshield wipers swept back and forth, the only movement in this frozen moment. Then it raised one long, slender arm and placed its hand, if you could call it that, on the hood of my truck. The metal dimpled under its touch, like something immensely heavy was pressing down. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, could only stare as it leaned forward, bringing what passed for its face level with my windshield. In the glow of my dashboard lights, I saw its eyes. Not eyes, really, but empty spaces in the darkness, somehow darker than the rest of it. Looking into them was like staring into a bottomless well. Its mouth opened, not to speak, but as if testing the movement, stretching wider than any human mouth could. Then it straightened up, removed its hand from my hood, and stepped to the side of the road. A clear invitation to drive past. I didn't move, couldn't make my foot press the gas pedal. The creature tilted its head, a gesture so human it was somehow more terrifying than anything else it had done. Then it pointed down the road, toward my home. I understood. It was letting me go, this time. With shaking hands, I put the truck in gear and pressed the gas pedal. As I drove past, I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, afraid of what I might see if I looked at it directly. In my rearview mirror, I watched it grow smaller with distance. It didn't move, just stood in the rain, watching me leave. I never saw the creature again after that night. Sometimes I think about calling Aaron or Mark, asking if they've had any more encounters. But I never do. Part of me is afraid of the answer. The construction site where we first saw it is a shopping center now. The drainage tunnels we explored are buried beneath parking lots and fast food restaurants. The orange and avocado groves are almost entirely gone, replaced by thousands of tract homes filled with people who never knew what was here before. I still live in Corona, still drive those same roads at night sometimes, and I still feel a chill when I pass certain empty spaces, the gaps between streetlights, the shadows beneath overpasses, the dark corners of parking lots, because I know what's out there, just beyond the veil, watching as we transform the world, waiting for its moment to step through again. And I know that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Story 14. The four-wheeler's engine roared beneath me as I cut through the dusty trail, sending plumes of California dirt into the air behind me. Wind whipped against my face, a welcome relief from the late summer heat that baked the mountains behind Corona. I'd gotten the used Yamaha Grizzly just 3 weeks ago, and it had already changed everything. Places I could only dream of exploring on foot were now within easy reach. "This is living," I muttered to myself, the words lost in the engine noise. At 18, I finally had the freedom I'd craved. High school was behind me, and these mountains had become my sanctuary. Every hill I crested, every new vista I discovered, pushed the memories of that thing I'd seen last year a little further back in my mind. Most days, I could convince myself it had been nothing but shadows, playing tricks on my eyes. Most days. I pulled up at the end of my street, where the pavement surrendered to wilderness, and cut the engine. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was Kayla Jennings. "Hey, Tyler," her voice came through clearly, that slight hint of Valley Girl inflection she tried to hide. "You still good to show me those trails today?" Kayla had just moved to our neighborhood a few months back. Her dad was some kind of investment banker in Los Angeles, and they'd bought the biggest house on our street. We'd started talking in the last weeks of school when she'd noticed the dirt on my boots and asked if I knew any good hiking spots. "Yeah, I'm already at the trailhead," I replied. "You find your dad's garage code?" She laughed. "Got the four-wheeler out 10 minutes ago. Be there in 5. True to her word, I soon heard the approaching rumble of her brand-new Arctic Cat, its cherry-red paint job still factory fresh without a scratch on it. Kayla pulled up beside me, removing her helmet to reveal her blonde hair falling around her shoulders. "Ready for your tour, Miss Jennings?" I asked with an exaggerated bow. She grinned. "Lead the way, Reynolds." We rode for about an hour, me in front showing her the main fire roads and some of the easier trails. I took her past the old water tower and through the shallow crossing at Miller's Creek. She was a quick learner, handling her machine with growing confidence as we went. "What's down there?" she asked during a water break, pointing toward a narrow trail that disappeared into a dense section of chaparral. I squinted against the sun. "Not sure. Never been down that way." "Let's check it out," she said, already putting her helmet back on. The trail turned out to be more developed than I'd expected, winding downhill before opening into a small valley. As we rounded a bend, we came upon a metal gate with a faded private property sign hanging crooked from one post. But the gate wasn't locked, and beyond it lay what looked like an abandoned orchard. Rows of avocado trees stretched out, their dark green leaves catching the afternoon light. "Should we?" Kayla asked, her voice excited. I hesitated only briefly before nodding, just for a quick look. We eased our four-wheelers through the gap beside the gate and rode slowly into the property. Besides the avocado trees, there were wooden boxes scattered throughout the orchard that I recognized as beehives, though they looked old and weathered. "Look at that," I said, pointing beyond the orchard to where a narrow trail of switchbacks cut into the mountainside, zigzagging all the way up to the ridgeline. "Where do you think it goes?" Kayla asked. "Only one way to find out." We had just started our engines when a shout came from behind us. An old man in overalls was hurrying toward us, waving his arms frantically. "Get off my property!" he yelled, his weathered face red with anger. "You kids have no right!" We hastily turned our four-wheelers around. "Sorry, sir," I called out. "We didn't know anyone still lived here." "Well, I do," he snapped, drawing closer. He must have been in his 70s with white hair and deeply lined skin from years under the California sun. "And I don't appreciate trespassers." "We're leaving," Kayla said, her voice shaky. The old man's eyes narrowed as he noticed where we'd been heading. "That trail is off limits," he said, his voice dropping to a growl. "Nobody goes up there. Not ever. You understand me?" I nodded quickly, but something in his tone caught my attention. It wasn't just anger. There was fear there, too. "What's up there?" I couldn't help asking. His face darkened. "Nothing for the likes of you. Now get, before I call the sheriff." We didn't need to be told twice. We rode back through the gate and up to the main trail, not slowing until we were well away from the orchard. "Well, that was intense," Kayla said when we finally stopped. "Yeah," I agreed, but my mind was stuck on that trail of switchbacks. "Wonder what's got him so worked up about that mountain." Kayla shrugged. "Probably nothing. Just an old man protecting his property." "Maybe," I said, but I couldn't shake the feeling there was more to it. For the next 3 days, I couldn't stop thinking about that trail. There was something about the old man's warning that had the opposite effect he'd intended. Instead of scaring me away, it had planted a seed of curiosity that grew with each passing hour. On Thursday afternoon, I made up my mind. I'd go back alone and find out what was at the top of those switchbacks. I knew a way in through the riverbed that would bypass the old man's property entirely. I told my mum I was meeting friends and headed out on my four-wheeler around 2 p.m. The weather was perfect, clear blue skies with just enough breeze to keep the heat manageable. I took the long way around, cutting through the riverbed as planned and approaching the mountain from the eastern side. It took some searching, but I eventually found where the switchback trail emerged from the avocado orchard. From there, I started the climb. The trail was narrow but well-worn, suggesting it had been used regularly at some point. The four-wheeler handled the steep incline better than I expected, though the sharp turns of the switchbacks required all my concentration. After about 20 minutes of climbing, the vegetation changed. The chaparral gave way to massive oak trees, their gnarled branches creating a canopy overhead. The trail leveled out somewhat, following the contour of the mountain through what appeared to be a large ravine. And then I saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. Nestled among the oak trees, perched precariously on the mountainside, were trailers. Not modern ones, but old aluminum campers from maybe the 60s or 70s. I counted 5 of them as I slowly rode past, each in various stages of decay. Some had collapsed roofs. Others were listing to one side where their supports had given way. All had windows either broken or clouded with decades of grime. "What the hell?" I muttered, killing the engine and dismounting. It made no sense. There was no road wide enough to have brought these trailers up here. Even with my four-wheeler, I'd barely managed the switchbacks. How had someone transported full-sized campers to this remote spot? Curiosity overwhelmed caution, and I approached the nearest trailer. The door hung open on one hinge, swinging slightly in the breeze. Inside, time had stopped somewhere around 1975. Faded orange curtains framed the windows. A built-in table with torn vinyl benches occupied one end, while a small kitchenette with a rusted stove sat at the other. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust and dead leaves that had blown in through the broken windows. I spent about 45 minutes exploring the trailers, finding similar scenes in each. Old magazines, rotting furniture, rusted cans of food, all abandoned decades ago. In one, I found a calendar on the wall open to August 1973. The sun was starting to lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. Checking my watch, I realized it was past 5 p.m. I needed to head back before dark. After one last look around, I returned to my four-wheeler and started down the trail. I'd gone maybe a quarter-mile through the oak-filled ravine when it happened. The silence hit me like a physical force. One moment, I could hear the natural sounds of the mountain, birds, insects, the rustle of leaves in the wind, and the next, nothing. Complete and absolute silence. It wasn't just that the wildlife had gone quiet. It was as if I'd suddenly entered a soundproof room in the middle of the forest. I stopped and cut the engine, an instinctive response to the unnatural stillness. The absence of sound was disorienting, almost dizzying, and with it came a sensation I recognized immediately, a crawling dread that seeped into my bones and paralyzed my limbs. I'd felt this before, a year ago, in these same mountains. My breathing quickened as I scanned my surroundings. The oak trees stood silent sentinels, their shadows now stretching long across the ravine floor. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. Then I saw it, about 15 feet ahead on the hillside to my right. At first, it was just a dark shape between a grey boulder and the trunk of an ancient oak. My eyes struggled to focus on it, as if my brain refused to process what it was seeing. But I knew. Even before my vision clarified, I knew what was watching me. It lay against the steep hillside, its body perfectly camouflaged against the shadows and earth tones of the ravine. Only its eyes gave it away, black, shiny orbs that reflected no light, yet somehow gleamed with an inner intelligence. They were fixed directly on me. unblinking and ancient. It was the same creature I'd encountered the previous year, but this time there was no curiosity in its gaze, no passive observation. What emanated from those eyes was hatred, pure, concentrated malevolence that seemed to reach out and wrap around my throat like invisible fingers. A voice that wasn't a voice filled my head. Go. The command wasn't spoken aloud, but impressed directly onto my consciousness with such force that I physically flinched. It wanted me gone. It wanted me to leave its territory, leave these mountains, leave this world that it somehow seemed to claim as its own. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. We remained locked in this psychic standoff for what felt like hours but might have been less than a minute. My whole body trembled with the effort to break free from the paralysis of fear. Finally, with a massive effort of will, I managed to take a step backward. The creature didn't move, but I felt its attention intensify. Another step back. Another. My legs felt like lead, each movement requiring conscious effort. When I'd backed up about 10 feet, I found the strength to turn and scramble up the opposite side of the ravine, away from the trail. I climbed frantically, grabbing at tree roots and rocks, not caring about the dirt that filled my fingernails or the scrapes that formed on my palms. I just needed to put distance between myself and those hateful eyes. At the top of the ravine, I paused to catch my breath. The silence was still absolute. I risked a glance back down into the ravine but could no longer see the creature. Had it moved? Was it following me? I didn't wait to find out. I half ran, half slid down the other side of the ridge, making my way back toward where I'd left my four-wheeler. When I reached it, I found something that turned my blood to ice. Someone, or something, had piled branches across the trail, forming a barrier about 3 feet high. It hadn't been there when I passed through earlier. The branches were freshly broken, their leaves still green and unmistakably placed with purpose. I glanced around wildly, expecting to see the creature emerging from the trees at any moment. But there was nothing, just the continuing, oppressive silence. With shaking hands, I mounted the four-wheeler and started the engine. Its roar seemed impossibly loud in the unnatural quiet, but I welcomed the sound. I revved it hard and drove straight at the branch barrier, crashing through it with a splintering of wood. I didn't slow down until I reached the riverbed. Only then did I notice that sound had returned to the world. The buzz of insects, the distant call of a hawk, the wind through the chaparral. I gulped in air, realizing I'd been holding my breath. The ride home passed in a blur. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the sun had set completely, and the first stars were appearing in the darkening sky. My parents asked questions about the dirt on my clothes and the scratches on my hands, but I mumbled something about taking a spill on the trail. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those shiny black orbs staring back at me with ancient hatred. I kept replaying the encounter, trying to make sense of it. The creature hadn't harmed me physically, but somehow that made it worse. It had targeted me mentally, emotionally. It had known exactly how to reach inside my head and twist. And the branch barrier, that was what really got to me. It meant the thing had moved, had acted deliberately to impede my escape. Whether it had intended to trap me or merely send a message, I couldn't say. But it proved one thing beyond doubt. The creature was intelligent, calculating, and for whatever reason, it had chosen me. In the days that followed, I made excuses to stay home. When Kayla texted about going riding again, I claimed my four-wheeler needed repairs. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what had happened, couldn't bear to see the disbelief, or worse, the pity in her eyes. Sometimes at night, I still wake up convinced that the silence has returned, that if I open my eyes, I'll see that black shape crouched at the foot of my bed, those hateful eyes boring into mine. I've taken to sleeping with the lights on, the TV playing softly in the background. I sold my four-wheeler last week. Got less than half what I paid for it, but I didn't care. I never want to ride those mountain trails again. Whatever waits in that ravine, it knows me now. and somehow I know it's patient. It can wait. After all, it's been waiting in those mountains for who knows how long, and I can't shake the feeling that our encounters weren't random, that for some reason I can't begin to understand. It chose me. Sometimes, when the house is quiet and I'm alone with my thoughts, I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed longer in that psychic standoff, if I'd managed to push back against that hateful command. But then I remember the branch barrier, and I know I made the right choice in fleeing. Because whatever that thing is, it wanted me gone, and next time it might decide it wants me dead. Story 15. My hands shook when I turned the key in the ignition. The engine of my Ford F-150 rumbled to life, vibrating beneath me as I backed out of my parents' driveway. It was June 12th, 2003, just 3 days after our high school graduation. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the road. My 3 best friends, Derek, Zach, and Tony, were already waiting at the gas station on the edge of town. Derek leaned against his dad's Jeep, arms crossed over his chest. In 2 weeks, he'd be on a plane to New Zealand, where his father had landed a job that would relocate the entire family. This was our last chance to do something together, all 4 of us, before life pulled us in different directions. "Took you long enough, Marcus," Derek called out as I pulled into the parking lot. I cut the engine and hopped out. "Had to convince my mom I was staying at Zach's tonight." Zach snorted. "Funny, I told my folks I was crashing at your place." Tony nodded. "Same here." We'd planned this last adventure carefully. No parents, no rules, just us exploring the foothills south of Corona along I-15. We'd heard rumors about abandoned properties being bought up by developers for a future golf course community. Perfect for one last night of freedom before real life began. We loaded up into my truck, tossing sleeping bags and backpacks into the bed. I had tossed in a large red emergency candle, some matches, and a few snacks. Nothing fancy, but enough for an overnight stay. Derek rode shotgun with Zach and Tony in the back seat. The drive took us through winding roads, trees growing thicker as we left the town behind. Houses became sparse, set back on large properties separated by stretches of untamed land. The area felt remote, despite being less than an hour from home. "Turn here," Zach said, pointing to a gravel road branching off the main route. I steered the truck onto the unmarked path. Pepper trees lined the narrow drive, branches creating a canopy overhead. After about half a mile, the trees parted to reveal a house that stopped us all mid-conversation. "Holy shit," Derek whispered. The house stood alone, a modern single-story structure with large windows and clean lines. It looked completely out of place in these woods, too new, too perfect. What struck me immediately was how pristine everything appeared. No overgrown landscaping, no broken windows, nothing to suggest abandonment except for the complete absence of life. "Is someone living here?" Tony asked, his face pressed against the passenger window. I drove closer, circling the property slowly. "Doesn't look like it. No cars, no lights." As we completed our loop, I noticed the garage door was wide open. Even more surprising, the front door stood ajar as well. "Definitely abandoned," Derek said. "Probably one of those properties getting bought up for development." I parked near the front, and we all got out, approaching cautiously. The house was silent. I stepped through the open front door first, my footsteps echoing on the hardwood floors. The interior was immaculate, about 2,500 square feet of empty space. No furniture, but everything inside looked new. Fresh paint, clean floors, working light switches that illuminated nothing. "This place is perfect," Zach said, his voice bouncing off the bare walls. "We should stay here tonight." We explored the house thoroughly. 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a spacious living room with a fireplace, and a kitchen with granite countertops. Everything was in perfect condition. No dust, no cobwebs, not even a dead insect on the windowsill. It was as if the house had been cleaned that morning and then abandoned. "I vote we camp here tonight," Derek said, running his hand along the kitchen counter. "Better than sleeping in the dirt." We agreed unanimously this would be our headquarters for the night. We drove back to town first, grabbing some fast food for dinner and making sure our cell phones were charged. By the time we returned to the house, dusk had fallen. I backed my truck into the garage and we manually pulled down the garage door, sealing us in. We set up our sleeping bags in the living room, positioning them in a circle around the red candle I'd brought. With no electricity, the candle cast long shadows across the empty space. We ate our burgers and fries on the floor, telling stories and joking about what we'd do after summer. "I still can't believe you're moving to New Zealand," Tony said to Derek. "That's literally the other side of the world." Derek shrugged. "Dad says the job is too good to pass up. Besides, they speak English and have mountains. Can't be that different." It was around 10:30 p.m. when we heard it. A low, strange whistle from outside. Not like a person whistling, but something else. Prolonged and eerily pitched. We fell silent, looking at each other in the candlelight. "Probably just the wind," Zach suggested, but his voice had dropped to a whisper. Then something hit the living room window. Hard. Not like a branch or a bird, but like someone had thrown a rock directly at the glass. We jumped and Tony let out a strangled laugh. "What the hell was that?" he asked. I stood up and moved toward the window, but before I reached it, another whistle came from the opposite side of the house, followed immediately by a loud bang against another window. Derek was on his feet now, too. "That's not the wind!" For the next hour, the sounds continued. Whistles, that strange, unnatural tone, followed by impacts against the house. They came from different directions, sometimes simultaneously, as if multiple people were surrounding the place. "Someone's messing with us," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Local kids probably saw us come in." But as the banging grew more intense, hitting windows and exterior walls with enough force to make the house shudder, fear took hold. We were miles from help, with no neighbors nearby. The worst part was the windows. With no curtains or blinds, the darkness outside turned each pane of glass into a black mirror, reflecting our frightened faces back at us. Anyone outside could see in, but we couldn't see out. "We need to block the windows," I said, moving toward one of the bedrooms. The others followed, and we began searching the house for anything we could use. The closets had sliding doors that could be lifted off their tracks. We worked quickly, the sounds outside growing more frenzied as we removed 6 closet doors and positioned them against the main windows in the living room and kitchen. It wasn't enough. The house had at least 20 windows, and we had covered only a fraction. The banging continued, sometimes hitting the very windows we'd just blocked. "We need weapons," Derek said, his face pale in the candlelight. We went back to the closets, removing the metal rods that had held clothes hangers. I found a metal shower curtain rod in one of the bathrooms. They weren't much, but they were something. The worst moment came around 2 a.m. The whistling had stopped for about 20 minutes, lulling us into thinking maybe it was over. Then a tremendous crash came from the master bedroom, the sound of glass shattering. All 4 of us froze, our makeshift weapons clutched in white-knuckled hands. "Something's inside," Tony whispered. I raised my finger to my lips, signaling for silence. We huddled together in the living room, listening for footsteps, for breathing, for any sign of what had entered the house. Nothing came. Just silence from the bedroom, while the whistling and banging resumed outside, seemingly from multiple directions at once. We stayed awake all night, backs to each other, facing outward with our pathetic metal rods. The harassment continued without pause until the first grey light of dawn filtered through the windows. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sounds stopped. We waited another hour before venturing outside. The morning sun revealed nothing. No footprints, no thrown rocks, no evidence of what had terrorized us all night. We packed our things quickly, not speaking much, and left by 7 a.m. I dropped each friend off at their homes. We mumbled promises to talk later, but shame and confusion kept us quiet about what had happened. It wasn't until that afternoon that anger began to replace fear. I called Zach first. "We should go back." There was a long pause on the line. "Are you crazy? Why would we do that?" "To find out who did this to us. It had to be people, Zach. Local kids or something." After some convincing, Zach agreed to return with me. Derek wanted in too when I called him. Tony refused, saying he had family obligations, but I could hear the fear in his voice. This time we came prepared. Zach's father was an avid hunter, and Zach knew the combination to his gun safe. We borrowed 2 shotguns, a Remington 870 for me and a Mossberg 500 for Zach. Derek didn't know how to handle firearms, so he came unarmed but determined. We arrived back at the house as dusk was falling, the golden light of sunset glinting off the windows. But something was wrong. Very wrong. The house was destroyed. Every window had been shattered, glass littering the ground outside. The front door hung from a single hinge, splintered and broken. We entered cautiously, shotguns ready, and found devastation inside. Walls had been punched through, creating jagged holes in the drywall. Light fixtures had been torn down from the ceiling. The closet doors we'd used as barricades were in pieces. The destruction was complete and would have taken hours to inflict. "This happened after we left," I said, stepping over a pile of broken glass. "This morning everything was intact except for that 1-bedroom window." Derek shook his head in disbelief. "Who would do this? Why?" As we surveyed the damage, I noticed something we'd missed on our first visit. Beyond the house, barely visible through the trees, was a gravel driveway continuing up toward the base of the mountain. "Let's check up there," I said, pointing. We followed the path, shotguns ready. After about a quarter mile, the trees thinned, revealing a small clearing. 2 dilapidated mobile homes sat side by side, their metal siding rusted and warped. Unlike the modern house below, these clearly had been abandoned for years. The sight triggered a memory. 3 years earlier, I'd gone hiking in these mountains with my uncle. We'd come across similar trailers tucked into remote areas, leftover housing for miners or forestry workers from decades past. As we approached the first trailer, that sound came again. The same distinctive low whistle we'd heard the night before. It echoed off the mountain face behind us, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. I spun around, shotgun raised, scanning the tree line. That's when I saw it. About 30 feet away, partially obscured by a pine tree, stood a figure. Tall, much taller than any man I'd ever seen, and thin, with disproportionately long limbs. It was black. Not like African-American skin, but truly black, as if light itself couldn't reflect off its surface. It moved with a jerky, unnatural motion, stepping sideways behind the tree. "There!" I shouted, pointing with the barrel of my shotgun. Before Derek or Zach could spot it, something massive flew through the air between us. A rock, easily the size of a basketball, sailed past my head and crashed into the side of the trailer with a deafening bang, denting the metal. The strength required to throw something that heavy that far was inhuman. I didn't hesitate. I fired all 5 rounds from my shotgun in the direction of the figure, the explosions echoing off the mountainside. I couldn't tell if I hit anything. "Run!" I screamed. We sprinted back down the path toward my truck, not stopping until we reached it. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking violently. Another rock smashed into a tree near us, showering us with splinters of bark. I got the engine started and peeled out, tires spinning on the gravel before finding purchase. We didn't speak until we were back on the main road, the house and whatever lived near it far behind us. "What the fuck was that?" Zach finally asked, his voice cracking. I shook my head. "I don't know." "Did you see it?" Derek asked. "The thing by the tree?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, I saw it." We never told anyone what happened. Who would believe us? We returned the shotguns to Zach's father's safe, made up stories about camping in the national forest, and tried to forget. Derek left for New Zealand 2 weeks later. Zach went to community college in the fall. I took a job at my father's construction company. Life moved on, but I never forgot. 7 years later, in 2010, I was looking at Google Earth, checking out potential sites for a construction project. On a whim, I searched for that area south of Corona. The satellite imagery showed massive development: golf courses, housing tracts, shopping centers. The wilderness we'd explored had been tamed, bulldozed into submission. I zoomed in, trying to locate the house, but it was gone, replaced by the 14th hole of a golf course. I traced the landscape, looking for landmarks I remembered, and realized something that made my blood run cold. All three encounters, the night at the house, the confrontation at the trailers, and my earlier experience hiking with my uncle years before, had occurred within a 1.5-mile radius of each other, all clustered at the base of the same mountain range. Whatever that thing was, it had territory, and humans had been steadily encroaching on that territory for years. I closed my laptop and went to the window, looking out at the distant mountains. They seemed peaceful in the afternoon sunlight, but I knew better. I knew what lived in the shadows between civilization and wilderness. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind blows just right, I hear whistling, low and strange, carried on the breeze from the direction of the mountains. I keep my shotgun loaded now, just in case, because I know it's still out there, watching, waiting, whistling in the dark.